am. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, signal. Signal. Nuts. Ah.
That was the calmest that I've ever gotten a welcome in from Lil.
I don't have the tail today case.
Oh, I love it. I love it with the wire. I love it with the wire. And the feet kick.
I don't get it. That'll work.
That works. I think she noticed.
She noticed the moment that you turned and started wiggling. Oh my god, I love it.
Forgot that I am not wearing a bra, so the belly flops a little.
Oh no!
Ouchie.
Oh, buddy, no.
Felt that. Oh my god.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, no, I went to go get hot chocolate, came back and spilled my hot chocolate, and then I had to go clean it up.
No.
Yeah. And then as I came back from spilling hot chocolate and cleaning it up and everything, chat was like, let's do a hype train right now. I'm like, oh, hi guys.
Right this moment.
Yep, right at the moment of hot chocolate spillage.
Thanks, everyone. I was just about to pull up Ophelia's character sheet. And then I was like, I'm not going to pull up stuff, though, because it's supposed to be a surprise for you, so... Fine. Just have to make people wait. Yeah, no, if only my Snorlax could get abs after me jumping on it. I wish that was the case, too. Like,
that could be pretty dope.
On it.
That would be pretty dope if it could. Alright, and Case is on in with us now and everything.
Yay! That's here she is.
As we awkward finger guns and all that good stuff, always. Cool. Let's go ahead and get this ball rolling because, oh boy howdy, is there a lot going on. So, welcome on into tonight's stream, everybody, for, session 33 of the Stream of Stars campaign, in Sirumel. We're gonna kick off with our, player intros and everything, and then Lil is gonna give her infamous, recap of what happened last time on, D&D. Oh, sure. I was gonna say, what was that? The face is like, oh, I don't know about that. I just need to make the kobold face for it. There we go. But we'll have Lil give the recap then and everything, and then we'll go ahead and get things kicked off and started. So for anyone who's, and also our getting to know you question for the players tonight, as determined by the almighty random button, it's really a click, was, do you have tattoos? And if so, what? And then if not, what else do you, or I like how I said, if not, what else do you want to get? That's not how that works. If not, what would you get?
There's a lot.
Oh,
a lot of things I want to get.
How much time do we have? Anyway, yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, hi, my name is Mallory, aka Mal, aka Teach. I am your DM for the evening. I play any character that is not our 3-player characters. And in terms of tattoos, I've crossed into double digits. I'm going to give the quick rundown, which is I have an entire sleeve of video game tattoos that mean a lot to me and have made an impact on me. I have 2 music tattoos for Mystery Skulls and for David Bowie. I have the world map on my wrist, and then I have a belly dancer tattoo on my thigh, which will not be shown on camera tonight.
Darn.
Yeah, but of all the tattoos for video games and everything, that's my sleeve is almost complete. I have 2 spots left. My next tattoo, it's already scheduled. I'm very excited. Is I'm getting the Spirit Fair flowers down, I think, along here. As kind of some space filling it in. So I'm very excited for that, and I might try to see if they can incorporate any of the constellations or something in there too. Since the stars are very important for the game. So, yeah. That was my super quick rundown, because otherwise we'd be here all night.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Brass, you're up.
Hi, I'm Brass, and I play Journey, and she's, what is she? A Tiefling rogue.
What is she?
What is she?
It's only been 33 episodes, we're still having identity crisis.
I'm a what now?
Oh
Oh my god.
In this episode, Journey discovered she has horns.
Right?
I always forget sometimes.
She just reaches up there and she's like, oh my.
Journey looks around at all of like the incubi and succubi at Euphoria and it's just like, am I just one of you, but I don't have wings? Oh.
It explains a lot about the sleepovers now. I wake up with a big spoon every night. I'm like, oh, hey.
Okay. Oh, gosh.
I have 2 tattoos. I have a paw print on my wrist. I can show that one. Kind of. It's like hard to show because I can't. But yeah, it's there.
There you go.
I got that one like a week after I turned 18. So yeah, it is what it is. And I have a lotus flower on my back, which I can't show unfortunately. But yeah, that's my tattoos, and I am planning on getting another one. I just don't know when. Me and my brother actually want to go get something like kind of like related to in honor of our mom.
Oh.
So I was gonna get something like, my idea was a hand mirror, and it kind of like relates to Journey too. So I was thinking of putting something for her on there too. But I keep like going back and forth with my ideas, so
Yeah.
it'll happen eventually, and I'll show you guys. But yeah.
Yay!
Love it.
Perfect. Case,
That's me.
that's you.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm Case. I play Arcadia. She's an Eladrin elf druid. I don't have tattoos yet, but I have many that I want to get. I have so many. A couple of them. I'll keep it short, I promise. One of them is a Life is Strange tattoo. I want to get. I have it designed. I just need to do it. But it incorporates like all of the games in a way.
Oh, like
and
True Colors and Life is Strange 2 and everything too?
yeah, yeah,
Sick.
all of them.
Oh.
It's got a quote from True Colors, and it's got like the swirly thing from the first game, and then the butterflies, and then one of the butterflies is a paw print, like a wolf paw, for the second game.
Oh,
Love it so much.
I love that.
So that's like the first one that I want to get, because it just I'm frothing at the mouth thinking about the games. And then I want to get like just a bunch of little tattoos pretty much, but one particular thing is like cartoon puppies. Like I just want like Blue and Clifford and like Scooby-Doo, not Scrappy, Scooby specifically.
Would you get Snoopy?
I don't like Scrappy.
Scrappy was a bad guy in the live action, so.
And
Fuck
he
Scrappy.
was?
Yeah, Scrappy not great. No, I was saying, would you get Would you get Snoopy in your list
Yes.
of cartoon dogs?
Yes, absolutely. And I want them all like sleeping together. I think
love
that's
that
so
idea.
cute. Oh my god.
That sounds really.
Anyways.
That's adorable. Absolutely love it.
But I have a lot of like video game ideas and like music ideas, and I just don't think I have enough body space for it. So
Welcome
Girl, you just gotta eat. You just
Welcome
gotta
to
make
the
that
club.
body space.
Gosh, I want tattoos so bad again now. Okay, I say it like I don't have a bunch already. All right, anyway, Lil, you up?
Hi, I'm Lily Leone. Friends call me Lil, and I play Aiko Takamaki, who is the Kitsune monk. We say that she puts the fist in pacifist. So I do not have any tattoos either. I live vicariously through my friends for the most part, but I do want to get a tattoo on my on the outside of my ankle, along the lateral malleolus, and I want to get a kitsune actually, kind of like running down the outside of my ankle bone, which is the lateral malleolus, and have it kind of like with like fire, kind of like coming off of it, and cherry blossoms. I want, if I can, to try to incorporate Zelda's Lullaby into it. But the whole point of it is because my husband and I we're weebs, let's call it what it is. My family lived in Japan, so Japanese culture is like huge in my family. Cherry blossoms were the first couples trip I ever took with my husband. Foxes are our spirit animals together. And Zelda's Lullaby. So Zelda was like one of the first like huge games that I played as a kid. And he has the Zora Sapphire tattooed on his chest. And so I thought it'd be cute if I had a Zelda tattoo to kind of tie it all in.
I love it. That sounds so adorable.
I have the idea of it, obviously. I just have to go. And I'm like super nervous to like look like I don't know what I'm doing.
Hey
like,
girl. Hey girl.
Exactly.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
You
Hey,
got you right
You
here.
wanna hang out sometime?
You and my husband are like the people who I keep like being like, yeah, like okay, like so what am I looking for? Like what am I asking? And like I'll find tattoo places near us and I'll send it to him. He's like, well, they're not that good. I'm like, well, I don't fucking know.
So what I'm hearing is honey-do list.
Yes.
Is we get you going on that path because yes.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I never knew this day would come.
I know, right? But everyone keeps telling me they're like, oh, like you're gonna get on your ankle, like that's really gonna hurt. I'm like, fuck it, I don't have any tattoos as reference. Like,
You'll be fine. You
that's
know
fair.
how
I mean,
to
it's-
hurt.
I mean, it is a more painful spot, but also it's
I have a high
tattoos. They all
tolerance,
are.
too.
Like
Yeah, they all
You know,
hurt. I mean,
like
At least
Pookie
a
is
little bit.
littered in tattoos, and she was like, it just feels like 1,000 cat scratches.
I was gonna
like,
say,
like,
you're
yeah.
a cat owner. You're
Like-
fine. Like,
yeah.
Like, show me now, Bubba.
yeah, like
I know Lil would be fine.
It's literally because people always think that because it's a needle that it feels like you're getting stabbed by a needle a bunch, but it's literally more like it's just dragging across your skin and everything.
Yeah.
So it's not bad, Case. It's really
I'm
it's
gonna
really
It's
not.
not like a sharp pain. It's just
You
the only time it gets bad is like if it takes a long time.
Yeah,
'Cause
you
then
get
it's a pain over time.
you get used to
Pookie
it,
said
and depending on your artist, because I know Erin Fox, who does a lot of my artwork, she'll do this. Like once your skin is sorry, but for anyone who thinks this is gross, but once your skin's broken through, as they're doing line work and everything, they'll actually go in with a numbing cream too to help make it so that you don't feel the pain as badly.
That's
That
nice.
would be good.
And especially
Yeah.
right, and especially when you have sessions that are like, if you have sessions that are multiple hours or things like that, it definitely helps out. So as long as you go in with like well rested, you ate food, drank water, and if you start feeling like lightheaded or weird or anything, I don't know, let the artist know.
Oh yeah.
Then you're okay.
Seeing as I let my bridal tailor know, yeah.
Yeah. So
They
you're
would appreciate
y'all
it
be
instead of
good.
you passing out on their bench.
Yeah. No, that's when it's not so great and everything.
Yeah. My husband Fangs was saying that it'd probably be like a 3 to 4 hour tattoo. And then I had a coworker who was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that'd be 45 minutes. I was
No.
like, I'm not a tattoo artist,
All
but
right,
I know
no,
it's gonna take
no.
longer than
Mm-mm.
We're getting
45
color
minutes.
If you
and
go
stuff,
to-
right?
Right. It's in color, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll take
No,
longer
if
than
you go to an
45
artist,
minutes.
you tell them you want that tattoo you described and that you want it in color, and they tell you it'll take 45 minutes. Go to a different
Run away.
tattoo artist.
Run away.
Yeah, that's
You're
not
miserable.
Run.
No. Handsome. Handsome also gave the advice of to make sure that you also don't drink or take painkillers.
Correct.
for it,
I
'cause-
know that
Yeah.
just from I've had some horror stories of patients coming in who've had stuff happen.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah. So this has been Tattoo Info with the Sirumel stars. I don't know, man.
Tattoo and You featuring the Sirumel crew.
This is where I wish
we
I'm
need a
like, where's
talk show.
Milena? I need Milena.
That would have been clever. That would have been a good day to cosplay her.
It would have been fantastic to cosplay her. She does like I was talking with Lil about this earlier. She does have a shop in the city, in Yohaizu and everything.
She'll
Yeah.
find it because
Oh, yeah.
Aiko still has to get the matching tattoo with Rin. So.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Melena's kind of like Nurse Joy from Pokemon. She kind of ends up in a lot of the cities,
Yay.
and we just don't question why. She just ends up there a lot. All right,
Here
so
for it.
speaking of things that are happening, Will, you ready?
Yeah. All right. It's I always say it's like, oh yeah, we didn't actually do a whole lot, and then like
And
10
then you're
minutes
like,
later,
oh,
I'm like,
shit.
Fine, we actually did a lot.
So previously on D&D. So as you know, last time we kind of came from Ikuoya. We made a little quick stop in Kokure. We dropped the facts on the crew members that were like, Ione and Corvus. And then we started making our merry way down to Yohaizu because we were finally like, fuck yeah, Grand Market. And so we got here. We're super excited because it's like Ghost Town. I imagine it like Spirited Away, but they're not gonna, turn you into pigs and eat ya. Maybe. So we start making our way through, and it's like a woundabout, or like a woundabout.
I wasn't gonna question it.
I-
Honestly,
I
I was like,
was.
this is just another Lilism.
Nah, I was gonna question
I
it.
wasn't sure if it was intentional or not.
That's why I was
honestly.
gonna question it. Like, if it was an intentional Lil thing, I would have been like, yeah, no, that tracks. But
yeah,
that's
just making up words. This bitch over here. Yeah, no. So we were going around and about. I just I made it my own thing. Anywho, so we kept going around. It was very much like a grand bazaar. So like people are like handing things out. We saw really interesting transactions. We noticed that a lot of it was not with money. It was like, here is, the lock of my firstborn's hair. Here are tears of a sad memory. The tears of a drag queen. And then so things along those lines. We made it to the center of Yohaizu. We found Alric's shop, which is Songbird and Morning Dove, and is the tailor shop. We had to burst his bubble that we kind of gave his dresses to Leslie's son at the Triangle store, and he was not happy. So we came in, we saw that he was like a lot more exhausted than normal. We were like, hey buddy boy, what's going on? And so he started being like, okay, like I can feel you all. I can feel you all in on this. Mentioned that his siblings are at Euphoria, and he feels that they're in great danger. He knows that Emil trusts Journey, and so he kind of fills in Journey on the other half of what Emil was talking about, where he said, "Don't trust Naveen and don't trust Merrick," and so he fills in that Naveen has been running some shady businesses through Euphoria and has been like kind of like psychologically, emotionally, and possibly physically abusing his siblings at Euphoria. And it has like this warped perception of like, it's like that toxic relationship we all know our friend is in. And so it's very much like that. And in the meantime, he also mentions that that was the reason why Oriana couldn't come home, is because Naveen was pretty much like blackmailing her to a degree with someone who was looking for her. And he doesn't quite go into detail on that just yet because he wants the group just to focus on Euphoria. The group is like really kind of freaking out about it. They're like, okay, well, what's going on? And then bam, pangolin. And so we got super excited because this armored little friggity cute thing just climbs up onto our laps, and we're dressing it up with scarves and little outfits. And so of course that cuts through the situation. Aiko also asked for help with the Kaneko clan, which he didn't have a whole lot of information on, but he just said that, he'll do anything he can, and he mentions that be very careful if you go to make a promise with the Archfey, because it's kind of a big deal. And she's like, oh yeah, no, like, we already ran into like Solano back in the Court of Storms. So anywho, they were like, yeah, it was like montage, put on your pretty dresses. So we had outfits for us that were like not like magically made, but like quickly custom made for us. We showed up at Euphoria, and we are living that club life. We know that it is pretty much like a Mission Impossible undercover kind of thing. And we're going in, we're trying to get time with Phoebe, who is the lovely lady in the center stage with all the butterflies. My husband looked at these and thought they were dead fish, and I was like, no, these are butterflies.
No, they're butterflies. You have to zoom in close.
Yeah, and then we are also trying to get time with Ascanio, who is his oldest brother. So Phoebe is the youngest sister, Ascanio is the oldest brother. And those are the ones that they kind of had like good terms with, but then the other siblings, we're trying to kind of figure out things from them as well. What happened was we ended up watching performances, and we were either like engulfed in the performances or we were kind of looking around. Aiko had time to spend time with Ascanio, was dropping code words about his kind of like beloved named Amalthea, who Thea is kind of her nickname. But we know that the names Moloko and Dolce are associated with them. So she kept dropping code words and was able to procure with Naveen some time with Ascanio, because it's like the after night special kind of thing. The ultimate experience. And so Aiko was like, hey guys, like I got my target. And then Journey was like, okay, like I want to spend time with Ruslan, who messed up on stage, and he got a look from Naveen, and it was like, oh, the beating's coming. So she is trying to spend time with Ruslan, but then Naveen was like, well, do you have the money? She was like, nah, bitch. Do you see who I am? And so he was like, all right, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. And he said they're only going to pertain to like things going on in the Court of Fall. Or sorry, things outside of the Court of Fall,
yeah,
is what he
correct.
said. And so she was like, yeah, but that bitch lied. So we found out that he broke his contract to a degree. So we're gonna kind of come back to that. But he asked about Alric, and Journey was able to kind of skirt her way around some of those answers because, yay, technicalities. And then so she was able to get some time. And then meanwhile, Arcadia and Leighton found out that this Prince douchebag over here is trying to spend time with Phoebe tonight. And Phoebe saw him and like for a split second, face kind of cracked a little bit on stage and she looked terrified of him. So we are not about that noise. So Leighton and Arcadia are trying to find a way because it's like at the end of the performance, like people are starting to clear out for the night. And so they're trying to find a way to intercept or / frying pan this man was kind of the implication that was had. I think I specifically wrote in my notes, we're about to Rapunzel this bitch. But yeah, so I can go through everyone else and their acts if people wanted me to, but I cannot give it justice. You really just need to go back and watch the video because there was a lot of time, a lot of descriptions put into it. We saw 9 performances. And it was just really nice because then we got to see Euphoria's performers and then kind of get that inside scoop on the crew.
I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it.
Yay! Liz, super short recap. That's not super short.
You know, it is. It works.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. No, I think you're good, bud. All right. Cool. So we are picking up then with it is the end of the night here at Euphoria. A number of folks are starting to clear out for the evening, and oh, of course, my apologies. I almost cheated you all out of some amazing music. Perfect.
Yay!
Which once again, thank you so much to Warple Lance Music for our fantastic music for Euphoria. Alright. So people are starting to clear out. So you'll notice that as you guys are kind of taking a look around the room, actually, it's very crowded. To kind of kick things off, everyone give me a perception check. We'll see how much you guys can see and notice of
I'm
what's
not
going
ready.
on around here.
I just want to recap forever.
I just want to always be recapping.
Right.
Alright, so kicking things off tonight with some perceptions.
Let us know when you're ready.
Aiko.
21.
Nice. Aiko is like, I perceive all in this place.
I am looking.
I am perceiving. Anyway. Alright, Journey.
23.
Damn! Okay.
We are all looking.
I'm sorry.
No,
I have really
23.
Okay, I was like,
23.
mother of God.
I
Oh.
have a good perception, but it's not that good.
Oh, and I need to make sure I roll for Leighton. Arcadia, what you got, boo?
16.
Hey, Arcadia's like, the show was pretty. Actually, it's not that bad. I will say that's what's funny when you start having people get high rolls like 21 and 23. 16 is still a good roll.
Yeah.
And everything, you know?
But I feel so inadequate. I feel like I need to get a pickup truck.
Okay, so you want to save your good rolls for later.
Oh, I can help you out.
No!
Leighton, yeah.
No,
Leighton is
Leighton.
very happy about how pretty everything looks.
That checks for him. Really, it does.
It's,
It really
he's
does.
a small
Sweet
town
boy.
boy seeing a big show in the big city in a different court. Which actually I think his wisdom is really good. So, yeah, that's a 10 for him, which is the second lowest he can get.
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, poor guy. Alright, so Leighton, so we'll kind of start from the lowest and work our way up. Leighton basically sees there are people, and the show is ending, and there's lots going on, and he sees that like some people are leaving. Some of the performers are actually even leaving, but he's not really sure kind of like what is all going on. It's like being at the end of a musical when it lets out, kind of. That you just see people all kind of like leaving in different directions. The only difference is the performers are also leaving, and for precious sweet baby boy Leighton, he's just like, oh, maybe they only have like one exit or something. I don't know. Like he doesn't understand what's happening.
Buddy.
Yeah. Arcadia, you notice a little bit more as people kind of start clearing out that you notice that some of the people as they're leaving, are grabbing coats. Others seem to be, or like kind of like actually like heading out the door. Others seem to be like chatting and talking with some of the performers. And a number of the ones who seem to be like leaving but not leaving the building are leaving with performers. And everything. So you see that they're kind of starting to head out and everything. As for Phoebe, who was up on stage, you're kind of, and especially since Arcadia was going to try to get an audience with Phoebe, you're definitely going to notice this even with the 16. Phoebe is actually not there. Whereas the other performers are kind of milling about and are starting to kind of like walk away with folks and things like that. Phoebe's already gone. So she is not present. Alright, Aiko and Journey, you guys both notice that the room is starting to clear out. You're starting to notice that there are some people who seem to be kind of, again, paired off with different performers. Since you guys were doing a lot of watching throughout the night for other people and what they're doing, you're noticing that it's typically, if the person was like spending time a lot with that person, they're sticking around with them. One of the exceptions that you guys would know from the bar, you saw Marcel, the older man who was talking with Gemma. He is actually very sweet and takes Gemma's hand and like kisses it and kind of gives her a little bow and wishes her a good night. And then just gets his stuff and leaves. You notice that Naveen is Naveen's kind of walking through the room and kind of doing rounds more or less. Aiko, you notice that since you are you said that you wanted to have like the meal with Ascanio and everything, Ascanio is also already gone. Like he is not out and about with everybody. Alright. So, what do you guys want to do, or is team strategizing together first?
Strategizing. Yeah, so Aiko's doing the meal with Ascanio and then planning on going up with him, and she would like relay that back to the team. So I imagine that like as people are like heading out, is Naveen right there next to them still?
Naveen would be like kind of by the door. Like he's very much like as everyone, he's the host that as everyone's leaving the party, it's oh darling, thank you for coming to see us. Of course our show is amazing. We'll be sure next time, you know, like very much still playing that part of the master of ceremonies even as people are leaving.
So like Aiko and Journey and all of them, and like Arcadia and Leighton, I feel like would be hanging back like a little bit, just because I feel like Aiko would still be looking for where Phoebe went. And then probably checking in with Arcadia and Leighton, because we had mentioned like, you know, well, worst case scenario, like we come back the next day kind of thing. But yeah, it's how is everyone feeling?
You first.
You can go ahead. Fuck! I always do this. God.
If you see people people start to disappear from screen, by the way, that's people slowly leaving and heading out as you guys are chatting.
Okay. But yeah, Journey's plan basically, she just wanted to secure like a reason to stay the night. So also Ruslan messed up on stage, and so her plan is to sort of hopefully get him some relief from whatever punishment may have come his way from that, and be able to get some rest. And that's also, you know, her way to stay the night, and hopefully be able to find something. She's gonna play it a little bit easy if she can, because she had a little bit of that rough spot with Naveen during the questioning, but we'll see what can happen.
Yeah. Aiko would also mention with that just to be careful with if she's planning on sneaking around like with Ruslan, because we don't know, other than Ascanio and Phoebe, like who we can trust. Exactly, yeah. Like I'm hoping that she can find an opening somehow, like either he's sleeping or she says she has to use the bathroom. It's probably not gonna be anything like too like crazy tonight, but just hoping. Aiko, like, as this is happening, she's also kind of like looking around, like still kind of like seeing the room, and then would slowly be starting to like walk towards the door, kind of like as if like we don't know what we're supposed to do kind of energy, and that's why they're kind of like lingering back. But she's also going to look over to this table, and she's going to be giving him a head like a thumbs up. Because she was helping him earlier.
Yes.
So
yeah, it was Julian. You were helping kind of put the moves on Zeph.
yeah,
and then he ended up being part of the show. Yeah, as you look over Aiko, it doesn't even take an insight check to see. The two of them are like leaning in, like kind of quietly, like excitedly talking. It seems that Julian is doing most of the talking. But that doesn't mean that Zeph isn't interested, because Zeph is still very much paying attention and listening in, and you can kind of see like some of like the little touches and things like that of like showing that interest. And then you see that Zeph kind of like leans in by Julian's ear, and you see that he grins and just nods. And Aiko, if you're still watching them and everything, you see Zeph takes his hand, and Julian kind of catches your eye, like as he catches your eye, just
yeah, like tails are just going. She's like, yeah, get some, like as
they head out together.
I love it that Aiko doesn't realize that, like, when she's like, yeah, like, go get some, it's like, she's like, yeah, kissing, cuddles, and it's like, oh.
No. Aiko, no.
That's what she wants, like.
I mean, to be fair, that's also what Julian wants. There's just also more. That would be great. But even if it was just that, Julian would be like, yep, happy. Yeah, so very much excited. As you guys are still kind of like lingering or kind of like waiting and everything, you see that the room slowly starts to kind of like empty out. And as you guys are kind of getting closer to the door, you actually are some of the last guests that are in this main room still. You can tell that, again, similar to like when you're leaving a theater and, you know, security's kind of there to make sure like everybody leaves and everything. You can tell that the half-orc is kind of starting to walk forward. Again, not like threatening you guys, but just closing time.
Yeah.
Get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could probably be like looking around if she catches eyes with like Gemma, like she'd be like pointing the door like, this is where we go? Like kind of. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna kind of like nod and smile, but like, and so as a reminder again, because and everything, that you have a door on this side, and then you have a door on this side as well. But Nathalie is standing there, so she's kind of at that entrance, and as people are at that exit, it's typically more so used for employees to go through that side because it's right by the employee area. So she's kind of there to stop people from leaving through the employee exit.
Yeah, Aiko would be kind of like getting people back through this way, because she also wants to run into our orc friends. So, because Octavian was the one that she befriended.
As you guys start to walk toward the door, you see Naveen just kind of like spinning one of the rings on his finger and just, Envoys, my friends. We enjoyed ourselves tonight, yes?
Oh, it was great. Wonderful experience.
Is there anything we could do to improve the show for you next time?
Aiko's like trying to think, but she knows better to like than to be like, oh yeah, actually do this.
Actually, it
sucked. More foxes, please. But yeah, so she would just be like, no, like it was incredible. Sorry, we're dawdling. We didn't quite know, because I know some of us had meetings afterwards. We didn't know quite where we were supposed to go.
Of course. Well, it seems that your group is going to be getting a bit split up by this point. And he kind of like leans over to look at Arcadia. It's not too late to stay the night.
Well, I was hoping to maybe spend some time with, and she's like nervous, kind of, but it's, she doesn't want to say the wrong thing and give him the wrong impression. Like, I want to fuck Phoebe, but also,
Who doesn't? Oh,
she knows what's back there.
Picture Arcadia saying.
Tonight should have been, who are you for? Would you celebrate your anniversary with?
Oh my god, yes!
That was the question.
We are, what, 10, 20 minutes into our session actually kicking off and everything? Yep, here we are.
Bazinga!
Oh god.
Anyways.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean though. That like,
Yeah,
I know what you mean. He, for what it's worth, no, actually, no, never mind. Not gonna say anything. Go ahead and say what Arcadia would say.
Yeah, so she's kind of stumbling and hoping it's coming across as like just nerves in general. But she would say, I was hoping I could maybe get some time with Phoebe, but I haven't seen her around after the show.
I'm afraid the Veiled Rose is our most requested performer. Beautiful, delicate, graceful. You can't blame anybody, can you?
I guess not.
So I apologize, but Lady Phoebe will be busy this evening.
Is there maybe another day that she would be available?
Certainly.
Maybe tomorrow?
No, not quite tomorrow. She has quite the waiting list. But if you can wait 3 months or so.
3 months?
Oh, I assure
man.
you, Phoebe's private performances are well worth it.
Oh, God.
Aiko would kind of like chime in too, like, and we believe you, but we didn't have that kind of time being envoys and all.
I understand, but being envoys and all, surely you wouldn't make so many people wait or ruin a poor businessman's promises that he has made to his clients.
Is there a way I could maybe talk to somebody who's got a reservation to see if we can work something out?
My client list is rather exclusive, especially for some of our friends who, in some cases, come here specifically for Phoebe.
That makes sense. Arcadia's kind of like, she's trying to think of a way to get Phoebe without having to like do any sort of sneaky or frying pan business.
Sneaky or frying pan, I like that there's the two.
Bernie would kind of nudge Arcadia a little bit, and she's gonna walk up to Naveen. Well, not walk up to him, but kind of just like, once they go there. And she'd be like, so earlier when I did the questioning business with you, I did notice one thing. You said you were only going to ask me information from outside. Was it? What did you say? Outside the Court of Stars?
Outside the Court of Fall.
Outside the Court of Fall. But the last question you asked me was something about inside, and that should have been the contract we entered. So I was wondering, you know, if since that contract was broken, if we could negotiate a bit and maybe get Phoebe
Instead of rustling?
that could work.
As Naveen says that, and you say, yeah, that could work, Journey, you just hear a, ouch! You could at least wait till I'm not right here before you negotiate trading up.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. Your performance was amazing, and like I would love to spend time with you, but I know my friend Arcadia here is just a huge fan of Phoebe, and she was just really wanting that, and I wanted to do that for her because it was her birthday recently.
Aiko's also going to add in, like, ever since we saw her perform at the Court of Fall ball, she's an Aladdin and she loves nature, and she's been talking about it.
I do love nature.
You see Naveen is just watching the three of you, and I mean, and Leighton as well, who is probably just like, she does love nature. But that he's just kind of watching all of you. You are correct that I seem to have slipped in the questions I asked earlier. My apologies. Truly, nothing harmful meant by it. So our faux pas would be forgiven if we just let you see Phoebe for the evening instead. Lady Journey? And Rustlin just kind of like laughs and, yeah, of course, everybody wants to see my sister above me. I get it. Just like, and he's still kind of trying to play it up and like, and everything, and just, you know, tease the, the humanity, right? Like, just the sheer offense.
Can I roll a check with Aiko to try to find out if she knows he's being sarcastic?
Yeah, do it. Go for it.
Because otherwise she's gonna be like, I'm so sorry. Like, she doesn't understand too.
Aiko starts crying.
Oh god. Luckily her insight's pretty good. That's a 19.
Alright, give me 1 second, because I'm gonna roll that with his deception. Okay. You said it's a 19? Okay. Aiko?
Yes. Do not eat the
Aiko Takamaki. You have seriously offended this man.
Oh
He
my
is
god!
Seriously offended. And he
she's
is
not even
heartbroken.
Oh my god, she is like going over and like trying to like make it like she is like rushing over and being like, but yours was one of my favorite performances. I love the bathtub. I was so worried that the way that you were moving around, I don't know how you did it. And she's just like tail swishing, ears back, like she is just like, and she like genuinely means it because she did love all the performances. And she's just like, and she's like looking, she's like, I don't have anything for you to autograph, but if it would make you feel better, I would love your autograph. Like, and she is just like, oh my god. And she's like looking back at the group, like,
Aiko, you see that as you look back up at Rustlin, you're very familiar with this kind of smirk. Because you've seen it on Rin plenty. As you see that, like, any pretense of being upset is just dropped in the face of him very much trying to hold in this laughter over how intensely you've taken him seriously.
That's all right.
As you notice, just as you notice that, Naveen looks over to Rustlin and Rustlin, surely if this will appease the envoys, there should be no problem with it. Besides, you have some extra rehearsal tonight, don't you? Yes, sir. And he just kind of gives a salute to you guys. Have a good night, ladies and Lord Leighton.
Hold on 1 second. Okay, does Sanctuary Sanctuary does Sanctuary have like a visual component to it or not?
Like in terms of could you see that someone has cast it kind of thing? Correct. Or do you mean in terms of do you need to see the target?
No, like I'm wondering if there's like a shimmering shield, like how Shield of Faith has it. I don't see anything for Sanctuary having it. Because I like the idea of her knowing since Ruslan is gonna be kind of one of those people, like her just like kind of like putting a hand on like the outside of his arm and just being like, good luck, like kind of like for practice, but also she's casting Sanctuary because it lasts up to 8 hours.
Sanctuary? A minute.
It says
the duration I'm seeing is it's Sanctuary is a bonus action. The duration is 1 minute. So unless you have something that increases it, it shouldn't last 8 hours.
So I have a creature that succeeds on the save is into this effect for 1 hour. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at the spell itself right now.
Okay.
And the spell itself is duration 1 minute.
Okay. Because I thought that was casting time for a minute.
No, that's no. Because if it was casting time 1 minute, you really couldn't use it in battle ever.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah, I'm just gonna update my note then.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, so cast it just in case you need the rest of the information, Lil. First level spell, casting time 1 bonus action, range is 30 feet. Components are verbal, somatic, and material. And it's a duration of 1 minute. Verbal, somatic, and material, I say to just make sure to have included in case you're ever in a situation where you can't say something out loud, you are, restrained and can't do a physical somatic component, that kind of thing.
I might get something bonus then as a monk with tranquility.
Yeah, Tranquility Monk is listed as being a subclass who can get it. A monk cannot typically learn Sanctuary.
Correct. I know that. I just didn't know if it was like a special kind of Sanctuary then.
I don't think so. I can check.
Because here it says Path of Tranquility. With this feature, you can cast Sanctuary spell on yourself, no material component required, and it lasts up to 8 hours.
Okay, but that's also on yourself.
Correct.
So you cannot cast it on somebody else for that.
Correct. So yeah. So like
yes.
with that version, it lasts for 8 hours up on self. So that's what I have listed in mine. Because like I have
Path of Tranquility. Yes. So and then once you cast a spell this way, you can't do so again for 1 minute.
Right. So like I'm still okay with like Sanctuary. Like if I cast it on other people, it still is basic Sanctuary. But then if I cast it on myself, then that's where the special.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I was just rereading it to make sure that like we weren't missing anything else with it and everything.
Yeah, because I was like, I would not have typed this all out because I am not that creative. Where the fuck did I get this?
Look at my 8 hours come in. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I appreciate that we got that clarified. Yeah, so if it's on yourself,
she wouldn't cast it then.
Yeah, so if it's on yourself, that's fine and everything. But yeah, if it's on him, it's only gonna last a minute.
She's still gonna wish him good luck and like give him like a little like pat on the arm, and she's also gonna be like blushing, really embarrassed because she just made herself look like an idiot. But she does not take back a single word of what she said because she meant it.
Ruslan leans down and just kind of like trails a finger across your cheek, like the back of his hand across your cheek.
Is Aiko making that face?
No, she's just nervous.
Aiko, that warm touch, like that warm like comfort that you've felt before from Emil, and honestly from any of the incubi or succubi who've kind of touched you guys at any point tonight, and everything, you feel that again, as he like, and you kind of feel yourself calm down a little bit, as he reaches out and just kind of touches you like that and just smiles. I don't need luck. I'm just that good. And kind of looks to the rest of you and just gives a little bow. And then you notice that Ruslan actually doesn't head upstairs where everybody else is heading. You notice that as Naveen says that he needs, more practice and everything, he actually heads backstage again. And you can't see like where he has gone backstage because you can't see through walls, but you do notice that he's gone backstage. And you notice as well that the orc guard heads back there too. All right. So journey. Since it like you see that Naveen looks up at you, and well, since it was your deal that went awry, and you're the one who decided that Phoebe for Ruslan would be enough, you can have the night with Phoebe. And he kind of smiles over at Arcadia. Unfortunately, it's not a 2-for-1 special.
Oh, I was hoping Arcadia could take my place.
The deal I made was with you.
Arcadia would look at Journey and give her kind of like a knowing look, like, it's fine, I guess. But she would say, like, it's okay. I feel like you would enjoy spending time with her too.
You're the fan, though, correct?
Yeah,
Lady
but...
Arcadia?
Yeah.
You see, he kind of smiles. I suppose I would be willing to allow the trade. If you would just answer a couple of questions for me, Lady Arcadia? And if Aiko is shaking her head, you see he holds up his hand just like, I promise I will abide by our rules this time. No court of fall questions, no asking how my son is doing.
You, Arcadia. I know that you really like Phoebe, so I want it to be your choice.
Understand it comes down to a matter of safety for our performers. We can't just have people swapping in and out whenever they feel like.
Understandable.
Plus a matter of business.
Oh god. Arcadia does not feel good about it, and she's gonna kind of look at Journey because she knows that Journey did the same thing. So she's kind of like giving her a glance like, oh god.
I will keep it to outside of the Court of Fall. I've learned once already that the Envoys are quite sharp.
That could still, above table though, that could still evolve a meal. Like...
Want to? He scares me.
Like this question. Involve him, okay.
What'd you say?
Me?
Yeah?
Oh, I was... Lil said something and it took like 10 seconds to register in my mind what she was saying, so then I was like, oh, that's what she meant, sorry.
It was so delayed.
You're okay.
No
I
one
was just
said
like,
anything
what?
when I mentioned a meal, and I was like, okay, I guess it's not a concern. Like, okay.
It's like, huh? What? But like, I guess I was saying it
Reading
too
a book
soft.
over here.
Lady Arcadia?
Oh my god! Arcadia doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to get, like, wrapped up in it. And, like, she knows that Journey could... If Journey's with Phoebe, then, you know, we'll... As long as somebody is with Phoebe, that's, like, the whole goal. So, like, she doesn't want to get wrapped up in questions and technicalities.
So, then are you and Lord Leighton planning on leaving for the night?
She would look at Leighton and ask him, like, you know, do you have any plans to see anyone?
Arcadia, you know that I'm in love with Polymnia. I would never betray Polymnia.
Arcadia just immediately is like,
you see Aiko
how
kind
could
of
I
looking
forget?
over. Yeah, you see Aiko kind of looking over and being like she doesn't understand, like, what does that have anything to, like, she's very confused, because it doesn't have to be that in her mind. Like, it can be like, yeah, you can fucking play Yahtzee, like, you could have a great time, get to hang out with your performers, like, kind of thing. Yeah, so she's just kind of giving a look like, what?
I can't just spend the night with anyone. I mean, Polymnia is the love of my life.
yes, I know. And then she's like giving
You
him a
spend the night
look.
with us all the time. Like,
She's like
Well, but
giving Leighton a
stuff like
look.
this work.
Like,
That's work, and this is. And he like turns beet red. Just not work.
yeah, Aiko is just very confused.
You see that Naveen kind of smiles. I would hate to see friends separated, especially ones who are so used to traveling together. We do have a spare room upstairs Lady Arcadia and Lord Leighton would at least like to rent a room for the night.
How much would a room be? I don't like that look.
3 questions each.
What?
3 questions each.
Oh no.
Just 3.
This
Aiko's
motherfucker.
Aiko's just kind of like reiterating too, like, don't feel pressured, especially if apparently Polymnia is involved in this. And she's gonna say like, we still have places we can stay. It's
Well, where do you intend to stay? Is my hospitality not enough for you?
Oh, it
No,
is.
no,
It's very generous and very kind. Just,
But there's a problem. Was there something you found unsuitable about our hospitality this evening?
No, not at all.
The
That's not it at all.
performances?
Just I'm.
The food or drink?
No, it was all wonderful. This is all
Yeah.
just very new to
Aiko
us.
would kind of jump in too and just say like, we've really learned firsthand that the Court of Fall is, you know, it lives up to its name. With, you know,
Because you fall in
Court
love
of-
with us, right?
very much so. And she like is like, yes.
Everybody
like,
looks
he-
at Aiko.
Yeah, like literally he's just like, yep, no, she's sold. But yeah, and she just kind of comments that like, you know, we've kind of experienced firsthand that we're still kind of new at this. And sometimes when people ask questions, it might not have the same intent that we think it does. So, and it's no ill will upon the people asking the questions, but we're just trying to be cautious in general.
Do you not trust me?
No, it's more so we don't trust ourselves with handling the information or the repercussions on things, because it's snuck up on us a couple of times here. Not here in Euphoria, but here in the court.
Would you like someone other than myself to choose the questions?
I don't think that's the issue.
Gemma. And as he calls over, you see that Gemma, who's been just kind of chilling at the bar and everything, pops down and kind of slides over.
She is so cool.
Journey, you notice that she slides up like right behind you and just like arm around you and is like leaning on you a little bit and everything. Just, hi.
She's so cute.
What's up? Naveen kind of like nods to you all. Gemma can choose the questions if you don't trust me. Believe me, it's not the first time that people have seen an incubus and decided that they can't trust me.
Oh no, that's
Not
not
the
it.
reason at all.
And
No, please,
like-
please. I take no offense. It's a lifetime. Multiple lifetimes of seeing that I understand.
yeah.
Gemma can choose the questions, and then you don't have to worry about me breaking anything again.
Aiko would kind of like smile softly, kind of like awkwardly being like, trust me, it's not that. We, you know, after meeting all the incubi and succubi that we've met, everyone's actually been really nice and pleasant to be around. I don't know why they get such a bad rap, but it's not that. And I don't think it would matter on who asked the questions. It's just that we tend to be cautious. I hope you understand. I know that can come across really weird, and we get that reaction a lot, so I'm very, very sorry.
What if it was 2 questions instead of 3?
This motherfucker won't give up!
Like how badly he wants to ask us questions and just saying
yeah,
out of
that's-
favor.
Well,
yeah,
so,
that's
so
why Aiko is like, no.
I will say you can do an insight check if you want on kind of his motivations behind it, if you'd like.
I don't need no insight check.
That's
Yeah.
perfectly
I don't
fine.
like how
JDB,
much he seems to want to be
I'll
asking
do
us
it just for
questions.
shits and giggles.
Just for shits and giggles, she says.
That's a 23. But this man's also deceptive, so like that's why like it's like, nope, this is going
But,
Aiko going with her gut.
I got a dirty 20.
12.
You guys get the sense that with Naveen, excuse me, the way that he's speaking with you and the way that he's interacting are kind of pushing. Real life example feels similar to like you go to a store and you have an employee come up to you and say, like, you know, hey, are you like, oh my gosh, like the you know, that dress looks great on you. Do you want to get it? But like, okay, what if you got it with these boots? And like, okay, well, what if and
having flashbacks?
It's that upselling, and it's that like that's more what he's doing. Is he's trying to. He has some people here tonight too that, as you can tell from Gemma and not sleeping here, that aren't working tonight and aren't doing anything extra. And so it's also kind of a little bit of, you get the sense that, especially with high rolls and things like the 23 and everything, that he's trying to still make a little bit of something off of tonight for some of, like, it's his last kind of attempts and everything, but it's business motivating him.
Yeah.
Not that he thought of a juicy new question.
Hmm?
I said, so not that he thought of a juicy new question.
Oh, I go
business.
just.
Well,
we know he deals in the business of secrets. Like, after him breaking the contract, Aiko's just like, nope. Like, he went for the throat on that, and that to her, it's like the conversation with Nolos earlier. She's just like, no. Safe box. Just give me the den, I'm burying into it. Like,
I was like, I want my safe zone.
like, ass up, tails out, like, nope, 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 like, dig, 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 dig. Like, I am not a part of this kind of thing.
Lady Arcadia? Or Lord Leighton. Either of you, really. Or I suppose both of you. Since, it would be for both of you to stay the night. How about this? If 2 questions is still causing you some pause. If you're
If your shit what? If your shit down stank.
So for the record,
lean a little bit closer.
I was trying to say sharing and splitting at the same time.
Kidding. Yes. Hey, yo, horseman, you like shitting in a room?
He is a horseman.
You like shit with your friends? Boy, do I got a room for you. In anyone's fantasy, who knows? In Euphoria.
Oh, no. Oh god. So yeah, Naveen looks to you both and just, if you're splitting the room, you could split the questions. 2 questions. Either of you can answer.
2 questions total?
So it could be, so essentially what he's offering is, Arcadia can answer both, and then Leighton doesn't have to. Leighton can answer both, and then Arcadia doesn't have to. Or you guys could take 1 and 1.
He's really good at negotiating, because Arcadia's starting to get on board now. She's
Leighton,
like, okay,
Leighton kind of
lighten the load.
Leighton kind of leans down, like, near your ear and just, I don't really have big secrets or anything. And I'm newer to the group.
And he still said he's not going to ask any questions about within Court of Fall. So these are all things that are stacking along, too.
So essentially what he's offering is 2 questions about things that are not in the Court of Fall. Arcadia can choose to answer both. Leighton can answer both. Or you can split it and have 1 and 1. And then you would get to stay the night. Otherwise, he's gonna have you guys leave.
Yeah, and now that she's thinking about it, she does not want to leave because we don't like splitting the party. So it's getting more and more tempting for her. But she's kind of like glancing between like Leighton, Aiko, Journey.
If you glance up at Leighton, he kind of gives you just like a reassuring smile, like, I'll be with you.
Aiko would ask, if they stay, are they going to have company?
Not unless they want to answer more questions.
Okay. Aiko's just like, God.
You see Gemma looks over at you guys. You want company?
I don't know if I can answer more questions. You seem very nice, though. You're very cool. I really liked your performance.
Thanks.
Yeah, Aiko's kind of like popping over, being like, I've never seen anything like that. Like, just.
as Aiko's kind of bouncing around her, Gemma's actually like kind of showing her where her skin hardens, then cracks open to show the geodes. So she's kind of showing her in like small pieces around her. Yeah, it's a pretty cool
Arcadia
trick.
is a crystal bitch. She's like, let's go.
Actually, how many more questions?
She just wants to look at pretty rocks.
Arcadia, you see Naveen kind of looks over to you, like looks at you guys, and then looks over to the guard, or kind of looks over the guard who's reappears and just nods. And well, as entertaining as this has been so far, I do need to make sure we get Lady Journey to see Phoebe and Lady Aiko to Ascanio. So I'm afraid now is the time for your decision, Lady Arcadia and Lord Leighton.
Arcadia's gonna give like one more look to Leighton, like, yay, and then and then she'll look at Naveen and very like nervously like, okay, sure.
He smiles, nods, like holds out his hand to shake hands on it.
Oh god, Arcadia's so scared. She's never done something like this before. I know, I'm so scared. She's gonna shake his hand.
Okay. Does the same with Leighton, and Leighton kind of also does the, this is weird, like shakes hands. And
you just hear Aiko go, one off the bucket list. Never been in a situation like this before.
Learning new things every day.
Arcadia's like, her hands are like a little like shaky as she's like shaking his hand. Like she's pretty nervous, but she knows it's hopefully for the benefit of everyone that we're all together.
He looks to he looks to you and Leighton and kind of smiles a little bit. Oh, and then looks over to Aiko and Journey. For the sake of you knowing that I promise not to break any rules, you might want to step back. He doesn't seem like he's gonna like harm them or anything.
No. Honestly, Aiko would look to him when he says that, and she's just to say like, "Are you gonna be okay?" Like she doesn't know what is about to happen. Like she's saying this to Naveen.
He grins at you asking if he's gonna be okay. I haven't had someone concerned about my well-being in years. Thanks for that. Step back.
Okay. And is this back farther enough?
Let me see real quick. I lost my mouse. There we go. He's gonna move to here. Journey, you're gonna want to move back further. Aiko's probably good. Yeah. Cool. Gemma's gonna kind of move a little bit over to the side. Nathalie stays like where she is. And Arcadia, he looks to you and Leighton and smiles. Do us a favor. Don't try to resist this. As he casts Zone of Truth on you and Leighton. Hence why he said to stay back, because it has a radius. So he's trying to have you guys stay out of the radius of it. So that way Journey and Aiko know that he's not putting them under the same effect of knowing if they're telling the truth or not. So, Arcadia, you and Leighton cannot knowingly tell a lie while you are here.
So scared.
Alright, so we cast that. Case, I'm gonna have you choose. And it's gonna be Arcadia's choice because you're the one making the deal. Like Leighton is as well, but because you're the player character, you're gonna choose. You can choose. So Naveen needs to know who's answering the question first before he asks the question, because obviously it'd be silly if it was like, you know, he asked what's it like being a centaur, and then Arcadia's like, I can answer that one! No idea! Right, like...
It's great!
Yeah, like, he's like, it doesn't make sense. So for it to really give him something of meaning, he needs to know who is answering the question. So, for the first question, are you or Leighton, or is Leighton answering the question?
Arcadia would volunteer to go first.
Okay. Cool. Alright, Arcadia. You see that Naveen kind of glances over your shoulder toward Journey and Aiko as he says, outside of the Court of Fall. Just, like, making it clear, I'm listening, I hear you, I respect it. Done. Right? But he looks to you and smiles. Outside of the Court of Fall, who do you love the most?
My dad.
Ooh. Good answer. Good answer.
Somewhere in the Court of Stars, Kosis is like, aww.
Oh.
Okay.
She would answer without hesitation. Like, my 100% my dad.
Second question. Are you answering it or is Leighton answering it?
Is Leighton, like, visibly nervous? Or is he, like...
He's kind of nervous. This isn't really his jam and everything. He's kind of putting on... You've traveled with him enough and fought beside him enough to know Leighton's putting on his I'm a hero, I'm a hero, I'm a hero, I'm a hero face right now. Where it's...
That's our boy.
I'm a hero, I'm a hero, I'm a hero, I'm a hero. Ha. Okay. Yeah.
Arcadia would kind of, like, pat his arm and then volunteer to answer the next question, too.
Okay. Outside of the Court of Fall. He's just being very specific on it.
The terms the first time. I don't know why he's being sassy with us.
No, it's not. It's for him. It's not coming from a place of sass. It's a little tongue in cheek because it's Naveen, and of course it is.
It's fucking
Yeah.
Naveen.
But it's also coming from a place of like he wants to make sure it's very clear he has heard you that you called him out on breaking the terms the first time. He is behaving and being good this time. So Arcadia. Outside of the Court of Fall, and outside of your family, who do you love the most?
Blue Bull. Tell me I'm wrong. No.
You cannot knowingly tell a lie.
Yeah. Her cheeks go really red, and she's very quiet when she says it, but she says Siren.
Oh. So there is someone special out there. No wonder you didn't want company. Assuming this Siren is much like his Polymnia?
Is that a third question?
Simply stating an assumption. If she's the person you love most outside of family, unless it's a just friends thing.
She's not saying anything else. She's not saying anything extra. She answered the questions. Her mouth is shut.
Above table.
And meanwhile, yeah. Meanwhile, it goes out there and being like, well, we haven't exactly met Polymnia yet. Like, you know, and she's like kind of like trying to.
Yeah, Leighton's like, Polymnia's great. You guys are gonna love her. She's really nice and she's a beautiful nymph.
Flat-faced Leighton. You could do better. Thank God she's not in the zone of truth. She's just been like, she's using you. She doesn't love you for who you are.
Aww.
Like,
oh my God, that fucking should have been one of Naveen's questions. Just look at Arcadia. What do you really think of Polymnia?
I fucking hate her. Leighton gives you
would be
so
like
much better.
scrambling. Put me in the zone. Put me in the zone.
Put me in, coach.
It's the roast of Polymnia 2022. Oh man.
Oh my goodness. All right, yeah. So he asked the two questions, and as I'm assuming that was in character that Arcadia said is that a third question?
Yeah.
And everything. You see that he kind of like lets like his hand down and just smiles. Shall I show you all to your rooms for the night?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Arcadia just takes in a big breath. She's like, oh God, those were pretty easy.
Yeah, Aiko comes over and she's like, you did it! Like, you know, we're getting better at this! Like, kind of thing. Like, she's trying to play, she's being genuine, but also trying to show, like, this is just like who they are. Like they are very cautious. It's not like trying to like tip a hand or anything. Because honestly, they're very cautious outside of everything. So it makes sense.
No, that's fair. And if nothing else, to show Naveen, you're not trying to insult him and his home and his people. Yeah. All right.
We love incubi and succubi. Like we're all about that noise. They're probably one of our top favorite races with who we hang out. So.
Yeah. Well, and especially in Court of Fall in particular, you guys have met a lot of incubi, succubi, and you've met a lot of, especially after tonight, a lot of incubi, succubi, and you've met a lot of kitsune in the, and changelings actually too by now and everything. So that's nice. All right. So yeah, Naveen kind of leads the way outside. As he leads the way out into that main entryway. You see Octavian and Urs, the two guards who were out here earlier tonight. Basically look like they're in the middle of like locking up for the night. You can see that Urs, like as he's kind of locking up by the doors, when he sees Naveen, as you walk out with him and everything, you see that Naveen gives them the nod, and he goes ahead and starts like locking the front door. So he's basically waiting for, are you guys staying the night or not, before locking up.
Aiko wants to come over and talk to Octavian about how excited she was to see Raja perform. And hold on, I want to make sure I think that was the name.
Raja?
Yeah, it was Raja.
Yep.
And she is like, oh my gosh, like, you know, blah blah blah, like, you know, just really excited that he made that recommendation. And then she's going to try to say the best she can in Orcish, like, thank you for showing me her performance, and it's going to come out as like, thank you for performing. Like it's yeah.
Aiko, make me an insight check.
Please go. Oh, there it is. That is a 21.
I heard you. Just 1 second.
Yeah, fine. Just cozying up with this music.
Okay.
And grabbing him in again because I don't play this shit.
As you say that, of like, thank you for recommending Raja's performance. She did great. Like, and you're excited. You see, Octavian is just very, like, poker face, very stone cold poker face about it, and just happy to make a recommendation for a guest.
Would Aiko remember that that's kind of like different than what he was like before?
Yeah, I would say, because you did well, like you did really high insight and everything. That you can tell, Aiko can tell something's different, but she can't tell what's different.
Okay.
It would basically be that it like just kind of catches her by surprise for like a split second.
Yeah, I'd say for her team, because you all have been around her enough, like you see like one over here just kind of like twitch a little bit, and like that's usually like her like perplexed kind of like twitch. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. You see that as you guys are kind of starting to gather by the stairs, Levine just gestures and pulls Octavian over, and kind of whispers into his ear, and makes a point of covering his mouth while he does. He's been around the block, but makes a point of kind of covering his mouth as he does, and everything. And you see that Octavian just kind of nods, and starts to head out as well. You see that he starts to actually head upstairs. So he heads upstairs. But before you guys start to move up the stairs, Naveen kind of calls out to y'all and just, Envoys, if I were you, make sure you stick close.
Why? Are we gonna get lost easily, or is it booby-trapped? It's not booby-trapped, is it? We've been to booby-trapped places before.
Aiko, he leans down close to you and just, because you need to take my arm in order for you to be able to pass through the gates to get upstairs.
Are we gonna have to go through individually with you each time then?
You'll see.
Fucking arm.
To the other three, he just kind of looks back and, one moment, please. and he starts to lead Aiko upstairs, arm in arm. Aiko. Naveen, I'm gonna kind of move you off the bat for now, and then once everyone's upstairs, I'll kind of show you where you are. But Naveen leads you to a room that's down a corridor and like just around a corner, and he kind of winks at you. Should you need anything, my room is right there. And then knocks on his neighbor's door. Ascanio, your guest is here. And there's no response inside. He knocks a little harder. Ascanio, Lady Aiko is here for you. And it takes a minute, but you start to hear like sound of movement inside, and then the door opens, and a very, very pissed off looking Ascanio, like just
there he is.
Yeah, basically
Found the right guy.
Right? Like he looks like if you've seen like teenagers when you wake them up from naps. He has like that angry look on his face of just he's just over all of everything right now. You see Naveen just kind of smiles in. Would you please be sure to show Aiko a lovely time tonight, and would you please smile? And you see that Ascanio just... And he looks down to Aiko. I didn't think that ones with attitudes were really your type, but to each their own.
You'd be surprised. Like,
yeah, and he goes ahead and leads you inside or lets you like head inside to Ascanio's room, and then shuts the door. So we'll come back in just a second with that. Back downstairs. Nope, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, Ascanio and Aiko. Back downstairs, Naveen comes back down, and as he reaches the bottom of the stairs, just, Lady Journey, may I?
Yes. Thank you.
And takes your hand and helps lead you up the stairs, and leads you to one of the nicer looking doors in the hall. And from the way that the spacing seems to be, it almost looks like this is a much bigger room compared to the others. You can hear the sound of like faint, like kind of like girlish laughter and everything from inside the room, and like a male voice as well. As Naveen just, forgive me if he's not the most pleasant for this. You have to understand this is not going to help my reputation. And knocks on the door. You hear that the voices kind of stop inside and just go quiet for a second, and then Naveen knocks again. Phoebe? Lord Emmanuel, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there's a change of plans this evening. And Journey, as you're with Naveen and everything, it's again kind of like a shuffle from inside, and then door opens. And you see that Emmanuel, the man who was downstairs, is answering the door. And he just looks pissed. Absolutely pissed off. And he's just, why are we being interrupted? And behind you can see that Phoebe is sitting on a couch, like on the couch, looking, like just kind of like glancing up and then looking away. A glass of wine in hand as they were drinking and talking. Yeah, absolutely furious as he answers the door, and Naveen just explains, we had a bit of a misunderstanding earlier. It seems tonight is not going to be your night with Phoebe. And I had this reservation for months. And like looks straight to Journey. And who are you?
My name's Journey, nice to meet you.
Fucking love you.
Fucking power play. This is why we send our big guns for these missions.
Right?
Yeah.
You see that, like, as you say that, he just looks, he completely ignores you and looks straight to Naveen again and just, I'm sorry, what? What is she that interrupt me? You know who I am. And immediately you see that Naveen actually like reaches up and places a hand on his shoulder and just smiles. Emmanuel, tonight's not your night, my friend. Here's what we're going to do to make this right for you. You're going to leave tonight, and you're going to come back tomorrow, and we will figure this out then. But for now, you are going to leave. All right? Yep. And Journey, you can see that as he says that, you see that Emmanuel kind of like calms, like you can see his body relax more and just, yeah. I'm going to leave Euphoria for tonight and come back tomorrow and we will talk about it then. And Naveen just grins. Perfect! I knew we could all be friends. I tried telling Lady Journey that perhaps you could share, but he just looks over to Journey and just teasing. I'm just teasing. And you see that Emmanuel starts to go inside and starts gathering like his things. And Phoebe's just kind of watching, a little confused. Naveen smiles at you, Journey, and just enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much.
Of course. Lord Emmanuel, may I show you out? And Emmanuel just... Of course. And he looks back and just... Phoebe? She just smiles and... Lord Emmanuel? And Naveen takes him back downstairs. Back downstairs, Arcadia and Leighton. You can see as Naveen comes back downstairs with Emmanuel and leads him back out the front door, or kind of like gestures from out the front door. Urs again makes sure that the door is locked behind him. He then looks to the two of you and, friends, shall we? And like holds out an arm for each of you.
Sure.
So with Arcadia on one arm and Leighton on the other, and Leighton's kind of like, okay, cool, all right.
Polymnia.
Polymnia, but okay, for Polymnia, and my friends, yeah. And he leads you guys upstairs. I'll show you where he leads you all because you are the last ones to head upstairs.
I'm gonna be ferociously sketching this map like it's my job.
Ferociously sketching it?
Yeah.
Did you not?
Just show it that way.
Oh, you can always do a screenshot, couldn't you?
No, I know, but for my journal.
Ah, I see. Alright, let me see. Okay. Cool. Obviously, like, you won't be able to see inside these rooms and everything, necessarily. People are all in there, but, you know, you won't really be able to see what's on. And then let me get a second to get our envoys into their correct spaces. Cool. And Journey is with Phoebes. Yay! Phoebes. We got a Phoebe. Cool. Alright, and I'll switch you guys over to the right map.
It begins.
And so it begins. Alright. Bum, 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 bum.
Of course there's a fucking tiger rug. Fuck this guy. Dead to me. No tigers were harmed in the making of this D&D episode.
Yeah, no. So Naveen leads you, Arcadia and Leighton, to one of the other rooms. Arcadia, give me a perception check.
16.
Okay. Alright, cool. Excuse me. You and Leighton are both notice as you guys are coming around, like, the hallway around here. That as you're walking by, Naveen gives, like, a... on the door. Doesn't go in. Just gives that knock. and then keeps going to your room.
On which door?
On this door.
Okay.
And then goes over to your room and smiles in our spare room. I hope it is still to your liking. And I will say for all three of you, you notice that as you go into each of these rooms, they're not super big, right? They're like pretty much have like all the furniture, but it does seem to be like, it's kind of like coming into a studio apartment, basically. Or like a really nice hotel room. Like everything you need is there. Are you okay?
Yeah. Handsome started playing sexy sax.
Oh!
It scared the shit out of me.
I was like, studio apartments aren't scary, Lil.
I was writing down the knocking code and I was very intensely focused, and all of a sudden, saxophones.
Oh,
Continue.
You guys notice that, so each room has a really nice luxurious bed with beautiful dark red bedspread. Except for in Journey, in Phoebe's room, you notice everything is in blues and purples. Otherwise, the rooms are all kind of this like standard setup, right? Of there's the bed, there is a small little like dining nook where food can be brought in and they can eat and enjoy things together. Aiko, you would notice that in Ascanio's room, he has his little dining area, but he also has like more ingredients kind of laid out. It looks more like he actually does some personal cooking up here as best he can, like without a heat source. You also notice that there is a wardrobe, and then there is like a bathroom, bathtub setup, and everything as well. Like that's in its own little room area. So the fact that it currently looks like it's in the same room as everything, theater of the mind. So every one of these rooms though comes with their kind of own space, so that, you know, as Naveen explains in particular to Arcadia and Leighton, since they were staying here, everything you need should be in this room. And of course, should you need anything else, he kind of points down the hall. My room is here, but I would make sure that you call out for any of us first before you start wandering after hours.
Okay.
For your safety.
Noted.
Alright, is there anything else I can get the two of you while we're here?
No, I'm pretty set. Thank you for showing me to the room and for letting us stay here.
Thank you for telling me about Siren.
You're welcome.
It's always nice to see young love.
She's not giving away anything. Like, she's trying to stay very stone-faced as he mentions it.
And of course, Leighton and Polymnia. Lord Leighton and Lady Polymnia as well. It's nice to see another young love. Or... And he like looks to Arcadia. Well, we know what it is. Alright, so long.
Roast.
Yikes. Oh, God.
And he starts to head out. Leighton just looks to you, Arcadia. What does he mean you know what it is?
You know, honestly, Leighton, I don't really know. And she's just gonna, like, quickly go into the room. Like, end of conversation. She's done. Bye.
Oh,
Doesn't want to explain
make
it.
me a deception check.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Do I have to break it to Leighton because I rolled a 6?
No! Oh, well,
Are you ready?
rip the band-aid off. Just do it.
Oh, well, you're really ripping the band-aid off because he got a nat 20.
Leighton.
25 total.
Why do I have to be the one to do it?
So, Arcadia, as you, like, dart into the room, you notice Leighton kind of stands at the door for a second and just looks at you. You don't think Polymnia loves me, do you?
And she's
We're
like...
gonna flip over to, Aiko and Ascanio.
Oh, God, no, dog! Oh, no! Okay.
Alright, so here's what's gonna be happening. I will leave it up to you guys. I don't think you guys need to deafen or anything because you guys will be sharing probably the information that you find later and stuff. But what I will say is that I'm going to have you guys at least not input with each other for the scenes that you're in. Because you guys are technically in 3 separate rooms. Like, there's no way that you have any idea what people are talking about or anything like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah. But that way you can still hear everything so that you don't have to worry about later being like, okay, did I miss this one piece of crucial information that I would have shared, kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right, so we're flipping back over to Ascanio and Aiko. Aiko, you are in Ascanio's room. It is a pretty tight quartered room and everything. You see that Ascanio like lets you in or leads you in and everything, and then just shuts the door behind you and just like watches you. Doesn't say anything.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
Go for it.
Go for it. Yeah, I mean, she would, just kind of like, thank you for letting me hang out with you. I figured this would be a nice place to get to know one another. Not like that. And she is like blushing immediately, and she's just like, I just noticed that we were talking at the bar and it's really crowded down there, and this might be a better place to talk about food and people we cook for.
What kind of food?
For starters, the soup that you made me.
It's a pumpkin soup. What else do you want to know?
Where did you learn to make it?
It's a recipe I've perfected over years.
I like the fact that it didn't seem like something that you'd normally have in a place like this, which was refreshing. You mentioned before you got a headache that someone really enjoyed it.
She did. Can I get you something to drink?
Oh, you don't like it when people have just water. Something without, something that you enjoy making.
Well, without having access to my kitchen, I'm afraid our options here are limited.
Are we allowed to go to the kitchen?
It isn't recommended for the guests to go wandering around after dark.
Even if it's with you?
Especially if it's with me.
Room it is. And you see she's like, she doesn't want to touch any of his things. And she's like trying to like be careful. But yeah, she would ask if if there's anything that he could enjoy making with what he has up here, or something that he's made up here.
You said non-alcoholic, right?
Yes.
You see that he actually goes over to his table where there's a decanter of wine, pours 2 glasses, and then over your glass, he kind of holds his hand out for a moment. And then after a couple seconds, he kind of pulls back and hands it to you. No alcohol.
And she's gonna sniff it, and realize that there is no alcohol.
There is no alcohol.
Ears are just gonna perk up, and
as
she's
he
just
casts Purify Food and Drink on it.
Yeah, her tails are just going, and she's like whispering, like, "How did you do
bless this man. Purify food and drink. It's a spell that I've picked up over the last few years.
That's genius.
It's turned out to be very helpful.
Yeah, and she's very impressed by this because Foxy Shazam over here doesn't know shit about magic. So she upon doing that would just say like, as I kind of mentioned before, and she looks and she's gonna point to the wall next door, and she's going to kind of like quietly lip/say like, can he hear us?
Naveen will be busy with rehearsals after Ruslan and Raja's performances tonight.
You'd see Aiko's ears kind of go back, and she's just gonna ask, are they gonna be okay?
We're all doing wonderful here. It's such a wonderful place to be.
Can I roll an insight check?
Yeah.
That is a 25.
Alright, against Astonio's deception. Honestly, it doesn't take too much of a difference to even realize that there is no sincerity behind his words. This is lip service. This is him saying the things he needs to say.
She would, just say, like, you don't have to with me, all of that. I know it's probably exhausting. And she's gonna, like, kind of like, I can't do that. I can, if we wanted to talk safely, I can use Pass Without a Trace. I want you to feel comfortable, as comfortable as you can be. I know we just met, and I don't mean like that. And she's like, keeps reiterating, and she just like quietly like, I'm here to help.
And like, you see that Ascani was like just laughing. And like, if Aiko still looks like dead serious, it's just. It's a trap. This is a new test that Naveen came up with.
No. If you can use Zone of Truth or whatever it is on me, but I'm and she's gonna cast Pass Without a Trace. She doesn't care. So she is going to cast that in there for them. And she is kind of coming up a little bit closer just to be like, cautious anyways. And she's going to come up and say, like, we're here to help you and Phoebe and find Thea.
As soon as you say that name, you see, like, as this shadow, because Pass Without Trace has shadows that come out, like, with it and everything, too, so there's some visual aspect to it. And as he sees it, it's immediate, like, you see that there's kind of, like, panic from him, and he, like, reaches over for a towel and, like, kind of shoves it up by the door. Like, very much college style, just, like, tries to, because he's trying to make sure it doesn't get out, like, whatever the shadow thing is, because he's not familiar with Pass Without a Trace. And then as you say the name Thea, his entire expression just stops. Like, he just stops in his tracks. Journey, we're gonna kick over to you, Phoebe.
Yes. Would it be okay if I just got a real quick above-table refresher? I wasn't expecting to question her. Was there anything specific we talked about with Alaric to talk about with her?
Man, check my notes.
I would say quick refresher, and then we're diving back on in.
Yep. It was Alric mentioning Euphoria and Naveen are getting worse. It's more dangerous. It needs infiltration. Mentioned to get info on Phoebe and Ascanio, and mentions Thea. So it's pretty much trying to figure out like what we can do to help get them either out or like expose. A lot of it was exposing Naveen. It was because Alric wanted us to find proof of the bad things that were happening in Euphoria and the other like shady things that are going on with Naveen, because that's why we were like, if we could find a safe and things like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing any names. I looked through my notes just in case. But yeah, we good.
I'm checking. I wrote a lot about the performances. This whole page. Yeah, no, I mean, unless Arcadia wants to add anything above table that I might be missing, or teach if you know anything that I'm missing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask, was just like making sure she's, you know, safe, whatever, and what we can do to help.
They did mention that Phoebe was kind of in denial. So, because they mentioned that Phoebe and Ascanio were the ones who were like wanting to help, but they made it seem like Phoebe was kind of like more hesitant and more in denial on what was going on, whereas Ascanio, all of a sudden, something seemed to change him. So.
Okay. All right, so Journey. Door closes, and you see Phoebe, who is actually still in her performance, kind of what looks like one of her like performance outfits, like very much good dancer kind of style, and like her style, like with her wardrobe and everything, is very much more glamour. In terms of like the way that she dresses, like think kind of in terms of like real world references, it is very much like that classic like burlesque kind of look. She has a lot of imagery that she included in her act that involved nature, involved like doing things like one of the performances you would have seen was that she had this like blue butterfly outfit on, that as she danced, butterflies actually like drifted away from her, and that was how pieces of her costume were coming off. So things like that. As the door shuts and everything, you see Phoebe just kind of stands and Lady Journey, it's a pleasure to see you again. I haven't seen you since the fall ball. And she like runs up and just hugs you. It's so good to see you. I'm happy you got to come here.
Journey returns the hug. She says, let's see. You look beautiful tonight. I really love your outfit.
Thank you. You did too. You look lovely. Oh, please, I'm so sorry. I am not being a good hostess. Please, come sit. And she leads you over to the couch. Journey, the other thing you'll notice that's a little different in Phoebe's room, she definitely has more of a suite than some
I can tell.
Yeah.
Like
it is literally twice the size of the two rooms. Yeah.
Nice.
You also notice that she has not only like kind of like a dining area, the vanity, and everything within her room, as well as like there are a couple of decorative plants placed around because she is supposed to be more nature inspired. One of the big features you notice is here, which is actually a small stage with a pole in the middle of it. So you get the sense that Phoebe does private performances as well. And as she kind of takes you over to the couch, she pours a drink and hands it to you. And I must say I'm a little surprised. I saw you all out in the crowd. I'm happy that all the envoys got to come to my performance. Our performances. Sorry.
No, we were really bedazzled. Your performance was exceptional. You looked great up there. I'm really sorry to intrude like that. I hope you don't take offense to it, and that he's not upset.
He'll be fine. It'll be okay.
I just thought it would be nice to see you again, and my friends are staying the night tonight as well. I thought we could just have kind of like a no pressure kind of hangout. you don't have to worry about entertaining me too much or anything. How have you been?
I'm great. I've just been working and performing and a lot of rehearsals as well and everything. But been doing well. I hear stories from time to time about you all. I heard you...
I'd love to hear what you hear and see if it matches.
Oh, I heard that you all saved Kokore, the city nearby, from, is it children or parents going missing?
Oh yeah, that was intense. There was a lot going on with that one.
She smiles again and just, I also heard that, you may have run into some people at the speakeasy in that town. So we all may have had a little heads up that you were coming, probably, but it was still nice to see that you were working on making your way down to us. We heard that what's the village? Tokahata. That the village of Tokahata you had helped from robbers or bandits? Something?
Oh yeah, something like that.
So it sounds like you guys are doing really wonderful things around the court. I'm really impressed.
Oh, well thank you, that means a lot. We've really enjoyed our stay here in the court. For the most part, everybody's been really lovely. It's a really beautiful place. And this is pretty much all of our first time watching a huge show like this at a nightclub like this. It's really quite amazing, like, what you all do.
Thank you. We put a lot of love into everything we do here, and a lot of love into the shows that we put on, and it feels good to dance. So I'm really glad that you enjoyed it.
Yeah, very much so. So, you really enjoy working here?
I've been here my whole life. It's something that I've worked my whole life toward, and getting to see how happy I make people in the crowd, it's everything.
Yeah, no, I get it. Do you ever think about, like, I'm not saying, like, you know, leaving forever, but do you ever, like, have thoughts about, like, traveling anywhere or anything like that? Ever doing anything different?
I travel when I'm needed for performances around the court. I have done a little traveling. Naveen was really nice to let me go. He let me go to the Court of Winter, actually, to study at a really famous dance academy. It was beautiful there.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
I was there for, gosh, about a month. And it was really, really fantastic to see everything and to see a different style of dance than what I typically do. I'm more personally trained rather than classically.
Well, you do amazing. Like, I wouldn't know the difference because it looks like you were born to dance.
That's so sweet. Well, how have you been doing? If you've been traveling so much, how are you?
Pretty good. We've, you know, it's been a lot since we got here. We've pretty much been nonstop, and we've had, you know, some rough patches here and there. We're pretty tired. It's
what
nice
rough
to be
patches?
able to,
Are you all right?
you know, we're just typical envoy stuff, you know.
No.
We get ourselves into danger sometimes.
Sorry, I couldn't
No.
resist.
Just a little bit.
I don't know what that is. But as you say you get yourself into danger sometimes, Phoebe reaches out and, like, puts her hand on your knee and just... Please make sure you're staying safe. Please?
Oh, yeah, of course. We try our best, and we're pretty good at staying alive. This far, we've done great at it. But yeah, it's nice to be able to see you again. We worry about you guys too, and we hope you're doing well and everything.
We're doing well. You don't have to worry about us here. But I'm happy to hear that hopefully things are going to be nicer for you now. And hey, if nothing else, we get a a sleepover of sorts tonight?
Yeah, I thought it would be nice to just chill. Like, I know that when you're entertaining guests, it just feels like work, and I didn't want. I mean, I am really sorry to intrude on that, but I thought maybe it could like help you relax a little bit more tonight.
Yeah, no, it's fine. You're my guest now. So Lord Emmanuel, I will see you another time, and you will be fine. And Naveen will make sure that if Lord Emmanuel is still upset, that I'm okay. So.
That you're okay?
Mhm.
Does he get super upset? Like, does he ever do anything bad?
Naveen
When he
or
gets upset?
Lord Emmanuel?
Well, I mean, anyone, honestly. Like, I know it can be like high pressure environment when you're trying to like, be perfect on stage and everything and entertain people. It would be horrible to know if like anybody was, hurting or taking advantage. And I don't care how much Lord Emmanuel pays. If he was to hurt you, I would take personal offense to that.
We're fine. No one hurts us here, and we're fine. I appreciate the concern. We have high standards here at Euphoria. You don't get, as Naveen always says, you don't get to be, the top club for as long as we have been without continuing to push and continuing to be better. And so we're just continuing to be better. But we're fine.
Understand. That's, I respect that as long as everybody's happy where they are and everything. But
We're happy. Arcadia, moving over to you.
I don't want to.
Face the truth!
I have Persona stuck in my head now. Alright, so Arcadia, we left you off in your guest room where Leighton saw through that you are not approving of Polymnia and don't think that they're in love, or she's in love with him, or something. He walks into the room with you and kind of looks around, and there's basically the bed and then chairs, neither of which are super comfy for a centaur. So he just stands and faces you.
Okay. Arcadia's not looking at him. After he says, whatever he said, you don't think Polymnia loves me or whatever. She's not looking at him for a second, and then she's gonna, okay, and, turn around and look at him, and, she's trying to be very gentle, and she's not, okay, so she looks at him, and then she says, Leighton.
Arcadia.
Fuck. You are one of the best people I know, and you are so very kind and so giving, and sometimes, based on what I know about Polymnia, it seems like she doesn't reciprocate that.
Well, I just had to prove myself first. That's why.
See, but the thing is, you shouldn't have to prove yourself to get somebody's love.
Well, but I have to earn it. She's the most beautiful nymph in the entire forest. Again, they expect her to just see me and then just she's in love with me. That's not how that works. You have to prove yourself to show that you are the best candidate, the best choice. Because she has so many suitors.
Yeah. And I understand that. I get your train of thought. When I she's like, oh boy. She doesn't know how to break it to him, but she's
You can do this, Arcadia.
It just seems like it will never be enough for somebody like Polymnia. And I know you said, it's not just gonna be like, oh, angels, God rays, raining down from the heavens. But speaking from experience, that's kind of what happens when you meet someone and you have a connection. And like I've said, I haven't met her.
Right.
So
right.
I can't
You haven't met her.
really, I can't tell you what to do. I can't give you a lot of advice, but just based on what I know, it doesn't look very promising. And she's like very, like, she doesn't want to have to be the one to tell him this, but she also doesn't want to lie to him and say like, oh no, I think she's great, because that's not what she would do. So she's trying to like feed him a little bit of like, maybe Livnia kind of fucking sucks, so he can put the pieces together himself.
Itty bitty pieces.
Arcadia, make me a persuasion check.
Oh boy. Oh, Arcadia, please
This is
roll
big.
well on this. Please. I've rolled like shit all night. Please, if this is the one good roll.
I'm sending you tit magic and good juju,
Yes.
whatever you need.
Okay. 19.
As you kind of make this case, and like, and you're the person he has asked to be the best man at his wedding. Like, you are, like, he trusts your opinion. And Leighton has always trusted your opinion as one of his best friends. And as someone that he has, seen, like, has absolutely seen through some of the worst horrors of the world with. As you say that, you notice that he just, like, his face just falls, like, it's just crestfallen. As it's starting to hit him for the first time that the person I love might not actually love me. Can we talk about something else, Arcadia?
Yeah, of course. And like, she feels so fucking bad right now. Like, she's trying to hide her own like sadness and like, fuck. Like, she did not want to have to tell him that.
Yeah,
This is like a sad let's go though. Like it's like when you tell your friend
Yeah.
that your boyfriend's a piece of shit, but like
it's the
you
first
feel
time
bad?
it's the first time that your friend is going, oh fuck, they might actually be a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she's
Yeah.
glad, but also like,
it's
she
a
didn't
heavy
wanna have to-
burden. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a fun job.
It should have been a group chat.
You see that Leighton like reaches over for the wine that's in the room and just pours a glass. Arcadia, you can also tell too from his face, because it's, I'm not even making you roll for it because he's not hiding it. You can just tell as you look at him that he is devastated, but like it hasn't entirely sunk in yet, but it's processing. And the more it processes, the more he's realizing, okay, maybe something might actually be wrong.
Okay. Yeah, she would like look for a way to get him to like sit, and she's like considering like, no, she's gonna go grab like the comforter like off the bed and like yank it off and like try to make like a little pallet at the table or something. And then she'll like sit down and be like, did I ever tell you about the time that the Envoys had to save me?
No?
Oh,
Aiko
buddy.
and Journey had to save you?
No. Leighton, do you know how old I am? She's like, let's back
Nona
up.
told me to never answer that question. That's a trick question. Nona told me you do not answer that
Smart.
question. When a lady asks, how old am I, you go 20. Because that's a respectable, fine age, and that is not too old.
Arcadia laughs really hard, and she's like, I promise this isn't a trap. I want you to guess. I will not be offended. I won't be offended.
Nona
I
said
swear.
that's also a trick.
No, I swear. And she's gonna hold out like her pinky. She's like, I swear. I pinky swear this is not a trick.
Love this
You got
so
it,
much.
Michael. Let's go.
Yes.
20. he
little
ain't
bit higher,
messing
buddy.
with this shit. He's not messing with it.
Yeah,
So much.
go a little higher.
21.
It's gonna take a while.
Way higher.
As you guys start to do the number guessing game, we're going to switch over to Aiko and Ascanio because Layton is literally going to sit there and go 22, 23.
They're gonna
Take a
finish
while.
this whole fucking bottle of wine before they get there.
By the time you're like halfway through the bottle, he's like, 58. What comes next? All right, so Aiko and Ascanio, you are in his room. You have cast Pass Without a Trace, so it's quieter. I'm actually also going to move Naveen because he shouldn't still be in the hallway because he is not in the hallway.
Oh god. I didn't know
He just likes to listen. Gets his rocks off. God.
I will
Ugh.
say, though, not on that same note, but just because that reminded me.
Getting rocks off?
No, the
Okay.
who should be in the hallway, and
I was
everything.
like,
Not rocks, not that.
really glad we're casting Pass Without a Trace then.
Well, good call. Yeah. So, where are you at, buddy? Where are you at? I found you. Cool. All right. Okie dokie. Artichokes. So, Aiko and Ascanio, you are in Ascanio's room. Excuse me. And you just mentioned Thea to him. And he just froze when you mentioned her name specifically. What are you doing? Because he's not
Sorry,
saying.
you cut out. He just like
Oh,
stops.
he froze. Yeah, no, he just stops. He doesn't say anything. He's basically it's the second time tonight, really, where there's been like you can see the genuine reaction from him. Not I'm hiding behind an angry face or a fake smile or anything like that. It's what kind of a moment. And it actually catches him off guard.
Yeah. She like perks up a little bit, and like you see like hills are like moving a little bit more, and she's just like, "Good, we're here to help. I'll say it as many times as I need to." but
Don't.
Don't what?
Don't say it. Just don't.
And she like mimes like, "Do you want me to write?"
Records.
I don't have to say it then, but I need to know how we can help you and help her.
Aiko, make me a persuasion check.
Persuasion? It's a 14.
He looks at you and kind of looks you over, like as if he's kind of like assessing you, and just shakes his head at you and just.
It's not just, I don't look like much, but we're capable of a lot, and it's Alric and Ori are helping, and they called us on.
I could give me an insight check as you say Alaric and Ori are helping.
That is a dirty 20.
You see sheer anger on his face. Like, you've seen him be like angry, angsty kind of mood earlier and everything. This is rage on his face. As you mentioned, Alaric and Ori are helping us. It's there for a minute before he just no.
answer. No. No.
Everything's wonderful here. Everything's fine. Everything's great. You can tell Alaric and Oriana to fuck off.
She's like genuinely confused for a second, like years back, but then they're popping right back up and she's like, okay, timeout. I don't know what's going on between you all as siblings, but I honestly, that's a whole nother topic of conversation. What is going on? You're, my head is spinning. You're concerned about her.
I don't need them on this one. If anything, the two fucking lovebirds are the reason I'm still here. And the reason she's still there.
And they're trying to get you out now. More than ever. They've been trying.
Trying? They've been trying.
I don't know details.
They got to be together, what, the last 50 years? At least?
I don't know.
Great. When they can give us back 50 years, then I'll talk with them. Sure. Fine.
Well, the longer you stay in here isn't going to change that then.
I can... And he kind of, like, grits his teeth and, like, looks around and just... I can figure it out.
How's that been going? And this isn't me making a slight. I've learned that if you can find people that can help you, it might get you just a little bit further, a little bit faster. Is anyone helping her?
And he just, like, again, freezes. I'm helping her. I promised. I just... And he just goes dead quiet again. And it's just like, you can see, like, there's, like, he seems like he's, like, on the edge of wanting to talk about something or say something, but it's just not...
She's like trying to catch his eye, and she's like, let me help you help her. I still don't even understand what's going on, but if she means this much to you and you mean this much to them, whether you feel that way or not.
Did they tell you about the deal they got offered?
No.
If they wanted to help, they could have saved her 50 years ago. They chose not to.
Yeah, and Aiko's asking, choosing what? I don't understand.
She could have gone free.
From who? For what?
And, like, as he's kind of like, you know what, Aiko, make me a persuasion check again at disadvantage since you failed the first one.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus.
Okay, well, great. Persuasion, you say? That's a 9.
He just looks at you and just shakes his head. I can figure it out on my own.
And she's not deflating, but she's kind of like taking that deep breath, and she's going to say, do you have time?
What do you mean by do you have time?
They made it seem like things were getting worse, and I don't understand. If there's something that I can do then to help you on the outside or something, but
no one can. This isn't getting us anywhere. You can what? Handle a couple of ghosts that you saw in a city? You're in over your head.
then tell me what I need to do.
You don't understand. He spent. And you see, like, pauses again.
No, I don't understand. And she's trying to understand.
And he kind of points to the shadows around you. The thing you cast. Can people hear us?
But I still want to speak quietly just in case.
I'm not talking about speaking quietly. Can you heal?
I heal? Yeah. Why? Are you okay?
If he asks, are you a good liar? I guess, like, wait.
Yeah, I mean, she's decent at it. And she would just say, be as vague as you can if you're worried.
If you can't pull this off, we're done. Understood?
Done as in...
You can't handle any of this situation. And I will handle it on my own.
Please don't say that. If you're looking for someone who's more deceptive, then my partner Journey would be the one. I will do everything I can.
I'm not asking her, I'm asking you.
I'll do everything I can.
Prove it. And you notice that Ascanio actually starts to go over to like where the bath is, and you notice that he grabs a towel. And you see that he starts kind of like winding it up a bit, or like rolling it up a bit. I'm counting on you. Journey, we're gonna switch over to you.
See if I could roll an insight check just to see if I maybe warmed her up a little bit after barging in.
Sure.
Okay. Just to see what her general mood seems to be. Okay. 26. I think insight, right? This is insight?
It would be insight. If you were trying to get
Yes.
a sense, if you were trying to get a sense for her and everything, or for like kind of like how she seems to be feeling or reacting to things. Yes, it would be a 26.
Okay.
Or no, 26, an insight, sorry. You said 26? Phoebe's friendly. She's very friendly, very warm, very, like, just open to chatting, and everything. But seems to be doing well. And seems to be just honestly enjoying the night with, one of her, a friend that she hasn't seen in a while. It's been a minute since the fall ball. And so it's really nice that she's getting to see you guys, and getting to see you in person and get to hang out and spend more time with you. What do you want to do?
So Journey's just gonna kind of look to her, because I assume we're both sitting on the couch there, and she's gonna say, I don't want to say anything upsetting or anything, but I do want to be honest with you. I've spoken with some people who are really worried and concerned about you guys here, and I've heard some things, too, and we want to, you know, as not just envoys, but as friends who've met you guys and care about you guys, we want to help in any way we can. If there's anything that, you know, needs to be done, you can be honest with me, please.
I don't know what they'd be talking about. Or why someone would think we were in danger. We're safe here. Naveen has built an entire place that is designed to make us safe. He spent years perfecting it to make sure that nothing can happen to us. So why would we be in danger in the one place that's home, that's safe?
It does seem that way on the surface, and I understand how most people don't notice that, but, you know, in my experience in line of work, I've grown very good at seeing through people when they try to put up an act, and just sitting here tonight, I was enthralled by the performances, but I also caught on to some things. And I have a feeling, really, you know, along with what I've heard, and this is our chance. If there's any chance for us to help, now's the time. And she just, like, looks at her, like, genuinely concern in her eyes, like, just as genuine as possible, because she knows she's probably very uncomfortable.
Make a persuasion check.
Please be good to me. Okay. My persuasion is good, I think. Right? Oh, yes, my persuasion is good. Okay. 23.
Okay. Journey, you see that Phoebe kind of smiles, like, harder. Everything is really wonderful here. The extra rehearsals that we do are really just to make sure that we are at our best. The high standards that Naveen has for us are just to make sure that we're really good at performing. And that we're doing everything we can to make Euphoria the best place it can be. I mean, things like the alarms and the locks are really just to make sure that nobody can hurt us or get too close to us. And Naveen makes sure to keep the most important things safe in his office to best help us and help make sure that no one gets their hands on anything that could be dangerous. Because that would be awful.
Will I be able to roll again, or is that like just a once a conversation thing?
What kind of role are you thinking?
How would I tell if someone's lying?
If someone's lying, that would be insight.
Oh,
I would say you could do insight again. I would put you at disadvantage because you've already done it once pretty recently.
That's fair.
And everything, and then it would be against her deception if she's lying.
Okay. 18.
You can tell that Phoebe's kind of trying to tell you something. But she still has that very pleasant smile on her face, and she's doing her best to you get the sense there's something more to her words than what she's saying.
Journey's just gonna dig right in.
Up on it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's what?
I said Journey's just gonna dig right in there. She's gonna say, Phoebe, look, what you said sounds incredibly scripted right there, and I can tell that it's not completely truthful. And I'm coming from a place
Journey?
of concern.
Journey, I am being absolutely truthful with you on these things. I am telling you everything that you would want to know. The locks keep us safe. Naveen actually instructed my brother Ruslan on how to create them, which is marvelous. And is a sign of how much, like, and you can tell there is a strain in her voice. Really, it's to keep us safe, and that's why it's not helpful for guests to go wandering at night. My brother makes sure that everything is safe. Naveen makes sure that everything is safe. And of course, well, you want to know the latest gossip, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, of course.
Do you want to know some show secrets?
That sounds nice, sure.
Do you know the man Julian who was in the crowd?
Yeah.
He comes here so often he might as well be one of us. I need you to know that if you are aiming to see the show multiple times or want to come back and see me again, and you see like she starts to say something and then kind of stops. Make sure that you can enjoy more shows. Don't let this be the last show you see. Okay?
It's not. We'd always love to come back and see you guys.
Great.
Thanks for sharing.
Great. As for things being scripted, things are never scripted here at Euphoria. Naveen would never tell us what to say. That would be unthinkable.
I'm sure. What a silly thought of mine. Yeah, my bad.
And besides, just the thought of him telling us what to say just brings on a headache.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it was silly of me to even consider that. I'm glad to know you're doing well.
Have you... I know the Envoys are newer and everything. Have you all been to the Court of Winter yet?
Oh, not yet. We do plan to go there, though.
If you get there and we're still performing here, I have a great act that you should check out. They're really lovely. She's really lovely in particular. Lady Amalthea, she is the star of the Academy in the Court of Winter. You really should get a chance to see her. Even if we're performing here, I'd rather you see one of her shows. And then let me know if anything has changed in her act. And I know that Ascanio would love to know, too.
Okay, of course. Yeah, just for you. I'll make sure that I see her act. I'll be in the front row.
I'm glad. I know my brother, Ascanio, is rather interested in making sure that there are no more acts after. And she kind of like pauses again, and you see like her face scrunches up for a second, and then she just smiles. He still raised us and gave us a home. And the others, they're just doing what they know how to do best, too. I don't want this to be anyone's last show. Please? Can you promise me?
Jimmy would, put a comforting hand on her. Of course, I promise. Don't worry. It's got it under control.
On nights that there are extra rehearsals, Naveen spends more time downstairs after shows. And they practice, Naveen makes sure to practice the discipline that it takes to actually be a good performer. You'll also want to make sure you, don't get caught backstage, of course.
Yeah.
And that you're prepared in case you do. I don't know how much he'd be willing to help you find your talents. And she kind of like winces for a second, like, God, that sounds so dumb. But I don't know how much he'd be willing to help with you finding your talents, but we may have a few co-stars if you can get the right price. Otherwise, I'm worried that Ascanio might make it everyone's curtain call.
Yeah. Don't worry.
I'm not used to this. Okay. Sorry, I can't be more helpful.
You're incredibly helpful, and I appreciate it.
And like, you can see that she is like fidgeting, and she has started just like, you can see that she's smiling, but tears are starting to fall from her eyes. And she's just smiling and crying. Arcadia.
Great. Hey. Oh.
You're with Leighton.
Sure am.
119.
Like, she's kind of mentally checked out at this point. Like, she's also been drinking, like, a glass of wine just to get through this. But she's also, like, entertaining him because it's keeping his mind off of other things. So she's just kind of, like, swirling her glass, and she's like, higher.
You see he kind of stops and just... Arcadia, do you think these people are okay? Or, well... It feels weird to just be sitting.
And she kind of, like...
And I don't want to keep guessing your age, I'm getting scared.
What number do you get to?
She's gonna...
He got to 119, and then was just like, I'm done.
So fucking close, Leighton. She's gonna put her glass down and say, 121 for the record. And also,
Which I love because he attended your birthday, so he
yeah.
should know.
Yeah, but also, that was a rough time, so we don't talk about that.
Yeah.
Memory is hazy on that night. Anyway, go ahead.
And she's gonna, like, kind of, like, lean a little bit closer and say, I don't really know what's going on here, but something feels very weird. I'm hoping that Journey is talking okay with Phoebe and Aiko's talking okay with Ascanio, but there's something weird. Something weird. And I'm a little afraid for some of them.
Naveen said we can't leave, really, right?
Yeah. And I'm kind of afraid of him, so I don't really want to be caught in the hallway.
makes sense. That makes sense. And you see he's kind of like looking around, like, and is just like fidgeting, like, but heroes would try to do something, right?
Maybe.
What if we needed something? Like, what if and he like picks up the half-empty bottle of wine. Just, do they only give guests one bottle of wine? What kind of establishment is this?
I mean, theoretically, we could ask for another bottle of wine, but then what?
Take us to your wine cellar?
You know? That's not a terrible idea, Layton. But do you think they'd be willing to do that?
I don't know. I don't do this kind of thing normally.
I don't either.
Okay, yeah, no. No.
We're both just kind of...
Yeah, no, Aiko seems like she does all the negotiating stuff, and then Journey's like, I'm a badass, and then I just am a horse guy, so I cook food.
You're more than a horse guy, Layton.
Give yourself some credit.
That's a
horse
you
hero.
made that clear.
No, stop it! Oh, God. And she's gonna kind of like go back and forth. And after a minute, she's gonna like look at him and be like, do you think... What do you... Oh no, that's a bad... What do you think the outcome would be if, maybe they had a mouse problem?
What are you thinking?
I'm just saying, maybe there's a mouse here somewhere.
Could be a mouse here.
That could be looking around. And she's like pointing to her.
There could be a mouse here. There could be.
I don't know what this mouse would be looking for.
Would a mouse be tiny enough to go under doorways?
Maybe a shrew?
Tiny mouse.
Small enough mouse.
I could ask for wine while the... No, wait, they need to know that they need to think that you're in here. I can make it sound like you're in here. I am getting really good at my Arcadia impression.
Can I hear it? Oh no.
I'm Arcadia, and I like strange plants. And Siren, oh my God, Siren, I love you so much. And Layton, you're not in love, because I know what love is. And also, I'm not as good of a cook as Layton, because Layton's awesome. Also, I am very scary with lightning.
True. That's true.
I mean, he pretty much nailed it.
Yeah, he did. Let's roll a 20 on that one.
I thought Arcadia was talking, so...
He just like holds up his arms like, ta-da.
Arcadia's like sitting back in her chair like, she's a little impressed, she'll be honest. But also...
Damn it. I can make it sound like you. See? I can do stuff.
Yeah, okay. Maybe how about, did you ever pretend to be sick to stay home from somewhere?
Why would I have done that?
Don't taint him, Arcadia.
Innocent boy.
The good boy.
Okay, how about, have you ever pretended to be asleep when you were supposed to be asleep but you were awake?
When
Okay.
I was little?
Yes! Yes.
Okay.
So,
All right.
what if,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What if I pretended to be asleep or something? You know, you put the pillows underneath the blanket to make it look like a person. And then, well, I'll actually be under the blanket. You ask for wine because, you know, maybe you want some extra wine. And then if anybody sees into the room while you're gone, and while I'm gone, they'll see the pillows under the blankets.
So, well, where? Oh, because I'm going to the wine place?
Yeah, if you ask for wine or if you ask for, you know, something.
But if I ask for wine and they don't see you here, isn't that bad?
I'll be under the blankets. Sleeping.
So you'll be under the blankets, but then I'll also put things under the blankets for when I'm going to get wine.
Okay. I'll be under the blankets.
Uh-huh.
When you leave, I leave, but put the pillows under the blankets.
Got it. Okay. Yes. On board. Choo-choo. I am on board with you. That is really good wine.
She's like looking at her empty glass
God.
and she's like, maybe it's not the best idea, okay?
Yeah, no, Leighton is on board with Operation Mouse and Horse, is what he's gonna call it. Yeah, Operation Mouse and Horse.
Working title.
Activate. Pew! That's how he's gonna do it. He's very proud of himself on this one. Alright, so, Leighton kind of waits for you to get in position to, like, be under the covers and look like you're asleep and everything.
God, this is gonna go so horribly wrong.
He goes out into he goes out into the hallway. And as he heads out into the hall, he sees Urs at the end of the hall and just, hey, excuse me, we are, and he's just gonna hold up his, like, the empty glass out of wine. Take me to your wine cellar so I can see the best wines that you have, and peruse them and take them. Urs, as he looks at him. Alright, Urs, as he looks at him, Leighton is doing a terrible job acting. Good news, Urs is buying it. It's like, if you played Persona 5, when On is acting like, oh, I'm gonna be the best model ever, and is like doing her terrible acting, but someone actually believes her. It's that moment. Leighton is doing a terrible job. He rolled a nat 1, but with his performance modifier, he still beat Urs on this.
Wow, alright.
What a king. That's my boy!
So Urs sees it and just, so there's good news, bad news. Good news, Urs sees it and just, alright, sir, room. Head back to your room and we'll bring you wine. Wait, I wanted options. And Urs just looks and just, we will bring you several options, but you'll otherwise have to explain to Ascanio why his wine is missing. We'll wait for options. Yeah. And so Leighton kind of heads back into the room, but Urs is going to head downstairs. heads back through the door that's right there, that he's outside guarding, and heads down kind of the employee entrance, basically, or employee staircase. So Leighton kind of like waits and then like looks back over his shoulder and then looks to Arcadia. So good news, bad news. I have to stay here, but you can go.
Okay.
Go.
Arcadia's she's gonna get up and turn into a little mousy.
All right.
Mousy mouse.
Cool beans. All right. Then we're gonna flip over to Aiko and Ascanio as Arcadia shifts into mouse form and gets ready to explore a little bit.
Yippee!
All right. Aiko.
Yeah, I mean, she's
At the ready?
She's got her hands ready. Like, yeah, she's got the dress sleeve rolled up, and she's got the prayer beads on the other hand, and she's like, you know, shoes off. She's like, she's ready to either fight or heal. She doesn't know what's going to happen because he just started running water and started wrapping up a towel. So, yeah. But
Okay.
she's determined, whatever it is.
Okay. You see that he like starts wrapping up wraps up that towel, and then like kind of like bites it. And as he bites it, he starts. You actually see he goes over to his table and starts making a drink. You see that he makes a drink and then hands it to you. Drinking it?
She would ask him, like, is this for me?
Yeah, he still has towel in mouth and just nods.
I mean, without question, she's drinking
Great,
it.
make me a Constitution saving throw.
Yep. All right. That is a 14.
Okay. Aiko, you do not feel good after that drink. You do not feel good. It is nasty. He basically,
great.
like, you can get the sense now that he basically took all the hardest alcohols he had and put them all in the same
Oh,
glass.
gosh.
Yeah.
Aiko
so,
just had, like, the Long Island iced tea, like, you know,
Minus
three
the tea.
wise men.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
it's
Ugh.
you just had gross. As you drink it, you just, like, you can feel yourself starting to, like, you can feel yourself starting to, like, get sick and everything.
Yeah.
As you do, and as, like, as you kind of look up to Ascanio, you see that as soon as you start to look like, oh god, this is awful, and everything, he immediately, you see he winces and just grabs his head and, like, bites down hard on that towel, and
Yeah.
you can hear that there's kind of, like, a muffled sound as he's trying to keep that cry from...
She's got, like, one hand covering vomit, and she's reaching out one hand to, like, hold his hand, and she's, like, using lay on hands.
Okay. How much is she healing for?
How painful does it look?
He's not bloodied. Like, in terms of, if we're talking, like, kind of like the combat kind of style.
He looks like he got hurt real hard.
It hit hard. Whatever he
Okay.
just did, it hit hard.
I'm giving him 25 points of healing then.
That almost gets him back to full health.
Look at me go!
There
Alright.
you go. So girl.
Ascanio looks at you again. And, like, you
Okay.
see he moves the towel. We don't have much time. Be ready. And kind of bites down, or, like, just before he bites down again, oh god. He... Perfect. He looks at you and says, tell me to give you the towel.
Give me the towel, please.
Fuck off. And bites down hard on the towel again as you see that it just hits him again.
Yep, she's another 25 points of healing. Like, and she's like, I don't understand what this foreplay is. Like, is this what people pay for? No, she doesn't understand, but she said she would do everything in her power, so.
And you see that, like, he's watching you, and, like, the pain in his eyes, like, his eyes are starting to water. It is getting worse. As like, but he's watching. Give me an insight check as you're seeing him do this. You said you healed him for another 25.
Yeah. That is 16.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Cool. You see that as you look at him, his eyes are just like they're like the tears are welling up, and like you can tell he's in pain, but his eyes are burning as he is staring at you. You kind of get the sense that it's not just he's watching you because you're in the room. He is watching right now.
Yeah.
As
I still feel like I'm gonna vomit, by the way.
You don't feel great. It was really not a good drink. It was really not
vomit.
a good drink. Oh, gross.
Ew.
Okay. Yep. That's all right, so
Doing everything she can.
no, that's fair. As let's see. 2, perfect. Okay. As he looks at you one more time and just one more. And just stares you down. Fuck Naveen, that goddamn asshole. And just bites down hard again. As you see that it hits him again.
Yeah, she would be using, I thought she had helping hands too for some reason. No, okay, that's someone else. Okay, yeah, so she's using the rest of her healing hands, which is only 10 points. But she's out of that. She's got the beads left still. Yeah.
Okay.
She's like holding back tears. She does not, because she understands now kind of what's going on. And she understands that like he's like having to do this and it's hurting him. And like Aiko does not like people getting hurt. Like just this is hard for her. So
Aiko, as that last one hits and you heal him that last time, you see that he's quickly like, bed now. And he's going back over to the drinks, and you see that he's very quickly like working on making drinks.
I will say, like, on her way over to the bed, she's going to use her bead of curing on him.
He's just he's gonna hold up his hand. Don't do it.
Okay, and yeah, she's just gonna like kind of like stumble, dive into the bed. Yep.
I love the yeep.
Yeah,
that's what I pictured.
Arcadia, you left and you're like in the hallway, right? As Mouse.
Yeah, I'd probably be out there.
Okay, are you just chilling, like you're just like walking down the hallway, or are you trying to be stealthy in the hallway?
Staying like close to the wall to kind of like be stealthy because she doesn't want to get stomped on or something.
From where you are in the hall, are you going to the left or are you going straight?
I was gonna go straight.
Okay, cool. So you kind of start to head down this way, and you're sticking close to the wall. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. Just if you're trying, like, if you're sticking closer to the wall, you're kind of trying to be more hidden.
Yeah.
And everything.
Seven.
7?
Yeah.
Squeak, squeak, squeak!
Yeah.
Squeak!
She's not used to her mouse body.
Squeak, squeak,
I imagine it like a squeaky toy.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm. She likes the way the squeaks sound.
Oh, do I have a cat toy for you?
Alright, Arcadia, as you start moving down the hallway, you see actually Naveen with, Dakun, one of the orc guards, in tow. And they start moving. You can kind of just barely make out them talking about, I don't know what's going on either, but I got the alarm, so here we are. Boom, boom, boom. And starts knocking on Ascanio's door. As he does, Naveen kind of pauses and looks down and sees you. And just glances over, like, sneers and glances to Dakun. take care of it, and knocks on Ascanio's door again. Duck Hunt starts to approach you as Naveen knocks on the door. Aiko, you can hear that Naveen knocks, and as he knocks, you just hear Ascanio, open up, please. My apologies for interrupting, but I was told I was needed. You see that Ascanio looks back to you and just kind of mouths, pretend. And answers the door. As Ascanio answers the door, and everything, you see that Naveen just straight up like steps into the room, and is looking around. As he kind of looks at the scene, he doesn't look to Ascanio, he looks to you. Lady Aiko, are you all right?
Yeah, I just think I drank too much. I'm okay. Thank you. Was I... And she kind of like looks over to Ascanio like, did I do something wrong?
Ascanio, did Lady Aiko do something wrong? And you see Ascanio just shakes his head and just... I overestimated how much she could drink, and I made her too strong of a drink.
It was delicious, and like, she's, trying to sit up, but then she kind of like lays back down.
Aiko, make a deception check. Because, like, you felt bad, but not, like, this bad.
No. Come on, girl. Alright, that's a 18. Channeling my inner journey.
Naveen looks to the two of you. And then looks to Ascanio. Aiko, he looks back over to you and just gives a soft smile. Lady Aiko, would you be needing water or something to help wash the terrible taste out of your mouth?
And she's like, maybe water?
Certainly. Ascanio, would you care to come with me? And you see that Ascanio, like, kind of looks, like, from him and then to you. And just quietly, I think it would be best if I stayed with Lady Aiko. Naveen, she's clearly in need of someone to watch over her. And this was my error, so it's only right that I should.
You hear Aiko from the bed, like, please don't leave.
And you see that Naveen looks at, like, again at you guys, and Ascanio is the first who says, you always tell us that we need to give the guests whatever they want. If she doesn't want me to leave, I can't break that, can I? Aiko, make me an insight check.
19.
Aiko, you've seen him have the businessman kind of front all night. You catch it. You catch that glimpse as he just, like, snarls, like, for a second at the two of you. You get the sense that he knows something is up, and he's pissed. And then it's gone again, just as soon as it was there. But for a second, you saw that just fury. When you guys were watching the performances and you saw Rustlin slip, and you saw that Naveen looked displeased, that was nothing compared to the anger you just saw in his face.
Yeah.
He just smiles and, of course, we must give the guests what they want, of course. I will be back in a moment with your water. And so he starts to head out. In the hallway, Arcadia. Hi, bud. gonna give you a second to decide what you're gonna do. How are you gonna get away from him as the half-orc is coming at you?
I'm gonna run away.
That's
obviously.
fair.
I would. Oh no. She's honestly, since this is a door, right? Right here?
Let me double check real quick. Which one? The one that you're right next to?
This one
Yes,
right here, yeah.
that's a door.
She's gonna get under the door and go into that room if she can.
Ooh, can you is the question. Because that door is currently locked. Doo-doo-doo. I love it. All right. Arcadia, you try to go past that door, and you can't.
Uh-oh.
You don't know why? Because you look at it and like the space is definitely big enough that you should be able to pass through the store, but you cannot pass it.
Great.
Run, Forrest, run!
You see that the half orc starts to pull out his glaive.
Okay. She is going around this corner instead. She is fucking going. Like her 4 little legs are going so fast.
Yeep. Oh no, why did it have to be Duckun? Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Yeah. Arcadia, you see that the orc follows, and as you kind of glance back for a second, you see that his eyes flash yellow, and he is honed in on you.
Fine.
And he's coming after you. So he's gonna go ahead and make a swing with that glaive to try to hit Mouse Cadia.
No!
No.
Hey, Arcadia.
No.
Hi,
Ouch.
buddy. Is a 25 hit?
Oh my god, yeah! What the fuck?
So, Arcadia, what I'll say is you noticed that, like, you scurried away, and as you got around that corner, he moved fast. Not only did he move fast, but he didn't lose track of you at all. Like, he was honed in.
I see you got the orc that family was murdered by mice. That he is going to be seeking revenge on the sole mouse at Euphoria. He's the edgelord of orcs.
Okay, so here's what I love, is that, the 3 orcs are brothers, so that would mean all of their family was murdered.
Yeah, murdered by the 3 fucking blind mice, and it was a travesty.
Arcadia. Oh gosh, my friend. So I've got good news and bad news.
Oh, shit.
Lots of it. Okay.
Should have stayed in the room.
Yeah. Arcadia, first of all, you are going to take 15 points of slashing damage. As they hit you. You also...
Is that the good news or the bad news?
Well, it depends on how you see it.
Don't say that! Hi. Hey, everyone on stream. We're looking for a new DM. I will be having interviews in my inbox later tonight.
No.
Thank you. I'm kidding. This is hilarious. Sorry, Arcadia.
Here's the other bad... well, good or bad, depending on how you want to see it. How much HP does your mouse form have?
I don't know.
Cool. Let's look
That
at
would
the
be
mouse
a good
stat block.
question.
I know Ben in chat said it's 1 HP.
Oh, fuck.
So, that's the other news. There's
That's
more.
very bad news.
There's more. Okay, so, other things that happen as a result of that. If you choose to attack, you're gonna have disadvantage on attack rolls. Oh, just kidding. Nope, never mind. You're fine on that. That's okay. You do actually have reduced speed, though, as you get hit hard with this thing. So you have 10 feet reduced for your speed. So you cannot keep going further than that. And... I don't know why that was my sound that I made for it. He's gonna attack you again. This is a 21 hit? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and hit you again with the glaive. So he basically does 2 quick strikes.
I'm a mouse,
at you.
dude. It doesn't take that much.
They don't fuck around here at Euphoria. No one dreams of mice.
Definitely not.
They don't fuck
Yeah.
around here at Euphoria. That is going to be 12 points of damage. So, for your wild shape, because your mouse has only 1 HP and everything, excess damage carries over to your normal form. So you had 1, so it'd be 14 from that first attack and then 12 from the second that you're taking. In addition, you have the reduced speed. As you see that Dakan just has like the glaive like poised at you. As you also, since you dropped to no HP, transform from Mouse Arcadia back into Arcadia. Journey, from your room with Phoebe, you can hear the commotion kind of go on outside. Are you gonna go check it out, or are you staying with Phoebe?
Definitely gonna go check it out. I guess I would tell Phoebe, I hear something out there. Do you mind if I go take a look? It sounds like...
Maybe I should go. It's a little easier for us to get around compared to not us. If you catch my drift.
Yeah, whatever you think's best.
And she kind of heads back over, but just watch my back?
Yeah.
Okay. And she is actually gonna she walks up and kind of happens on the scene of seeing, Dakan and Arcadia. The commotion's even enough that it draws Zeph out of the room. Julian stays inside the room, but it draws Zeph outside the room to see, like, what is going on outside, because they don't normally hear fighting in the halls up here and everything. Naveen would kind of hear the commotion as well, and make his way up. Ascanio in the room with Aiko is honestly gonna look at Aiko and just... Do you trust your friends?
Yeah.
We're staying out of this one. And he's actually just shutting the door and keeping it just you two. So that you are not embroiled in this.
Yeah. She'd gotta still be like, yeah, it makes it more believable too, because I'm supposed to be sick. Like,
you see that Naveen comes around, and Leighton would come out into the hall as well. I'm just like, what's going on out here? And as Naveen comes around the corner, he just, Dakan, did you catch us, little mouse? And you see that he walks up and kind of moves past Leighton to stand by Dakan and looks down at Arcadia. Lady Arcadia, what are you doing out where we were mouse hunting?
Oh my god. And Arcadia's like, she's quite a lot just happened. She just got fucking smackaroonied. And suddenly she is here. And she's gonna kind of like, oh god, and then like blink up at them. Like, I assume she's like, just like sitting there, like defeated, like when a child is caught doing something they shouldn't be doing, and she's just like, hey, I will just say I am so sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to show Leighton that I could be a mouse.
And you did
And
that
then-
in the hallway as opposed to in your room?
Yeah, I
mean,
went.
if that's what you two are into, I suppose. Though I don't
No,
think
no,
Polymnia or
no.
Lady Polymnia or Lady Siren would be pleased by
No,
that.
that's not. No,
We don't judge.
no. That's not what was happening. I got under the door, and then the door was like, I got under it, and then, or out of it, and then ended up away. And she's like, because she did have quite a bit of wine. She's not drunk, but it's like,
Make me a deception
know.
check.
oh god, Arcadia, please. Please, I'm begging you, please do good here. We're about to get kicked out of this fucking club. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. I should have stayed in the room. 9. We should have stayed in the room. I'm so sorry.
I gotta give it to you for trying. It's all good.
I had a whole plan.
Yeah.
I was gonna be so helpful. And then I got smacked.
And they got sick.
God.
You see that Naveen just kind of grins at you. Arcadia, it's fine. And he actually holds out a hand to help you up. Like, nudges Dakun's glaive away, and you see Dakun just, like, pulls it back. And Naveen offers a hand to help you up off the ground.
Arcadia's like looking at him like she doesn't quite believe him that he's like not super pissed right now. But she'll slowly reach out and take the hand and pull herself up.
He helps you up and kind of brushes you off a little bit to, like, brush off any, like, dirt or anything that might be on you. And just grins. I apologize for Dakun's misunderstanding. Again, we just like to make sure that everyone is safe here in Euphoria, which is why I would recommend that you go back to your room. And truly that everyone heads back to their rooms. And stay there for the rest of the night.
Yeah, it's probably a great idea. And she is shitting her pants, like metaphorically. She is so fucking scared right now of this man.
Arcadia, you see that as you say and are just like freaked out. He just reaches out and again, finger like kind of trails down and just tilts your head up. Good girl.
Ah! Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, she is going in that room. She is getting away from here. She is skedaddling. She is in there.
The shit trail is following.
She has sat down on the chair and she is
This is how I give my players nightmares. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
I'm having a great time.
You're like, I got a lot of drinks. Leighton can see and Arcadia as she like bolts in, she can hear it. As Naveen just calls out to everyone, everyone please return to your rooms. Just a little mouse, nothing more. Enjoy your evening. And you see Zephyrius heads back into his room. Phoebe kind of comes back around the corner. Journey, when you see her, her face is pale. And she just, okay, so she's okay. She's alive.
Yes.
Yeah, she's all right. She's okay.
Okay.
She tried to. Remember how I said not to try to catch the attention of anyone in particular who, yeah. She did.
Well.
Just you all are gonna need to be really careful. Next time you come back for a show, please. I've seen Dakun and Urs and Octavian perform. That was nothing. That was not even a warm-up act? I don't know if these theater and dance things make sense to you, but I'm trying as best I can.
Understand.
Phoebe's clearly rattled by seeing what happened to Arcadia.
Yeah, Journey is going to try to comfort her, but obviously she's very disturbed too, worried about Arcadia. But she'll let her know that she understands what she means. We'll be careful.
Good. Leighton heads back into the room. He just quietly lets Arcadia know, like, hey, they're gone. As Dakan and Naveen. Dakan is actually currently situated, like, outside Arcadia's room.
I wanna die.
So Leighton kind of is like, hey, they're gone. And then, like, points to the door and does... time for bed, huh, Arcadia? Huh.
Yeah, Arcadia's fucking mortified. She wants to fucking drop to 0 HP right now. She is not having it.
I do feel really bad for Arcadia right now.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Aiko and Ascanio in your room, you notice later that it's not actually Naveen, but it's Urs, who was sent to go get wine for Leighton and Arcadia. That he comes up and brings you guys the water for Aiko. And for the wine for Arcadia, you guys actually hear a knock at the door, and I know Leighton would jump after what just
Arcadia
happened.
jumps out of her skin.
He just kind of calms down and just walks over, and it's Urs delivering the wine. You know, it is not an option of wines, it's just one bottle that has been given to you guys. Aiko, you're in the room with Ascanio. Ascanio has just kind of taken each of these hits. They come back and deliver the water. And you see Ascanio, like, after they leave, like, he kind of pauses and then just, like, goes to the bed and just, like, collapses on the side of it. Like, not, like, unconscious, but just, it was a lot.
She's using one of her beads of curing on him. And she's just gonna, like, say, like, I'm sorry, and, like, she's going to, like, you know, put her hand on his arm again, and is going to heal him. Alright.
He's down 25 hit points right now.
Okay.
If that helps.
So that's for 13.
Okay.
And then, is he, like, she would ask him, like, you know, I can do it again.
Save it for your mouse friend. And he's, like, just not feeling good, but he's just, like, laying down on the bed beside her.
Yeah, she would offer him the water.
He takes the water, and he actually, you notice he casts Purify Food and Drink over it first.
Yeah.
And he's just to be safe. And then takes a drink from it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like sitting up, like, you know, like kneeling, like, you know, like W sitting on the bed, like watching him, like, you know, ears back, like, are you going to explain to me what's going on now? I've gathered enough. That was the headaches earlier, wasn't it?
He just nods.
Yeah. We still have to worry about that?
Tomorrow. Which, and he kind of looks around. I don't have a clock in here, so I don't know how much longer it is until then.
We'll be careful then.
I can't speak about certain things, or else headaches.
That happened to everyone?
Yeah. But none of them are, as Naveen would put it, dumb enough to break them. Besides, I have a few extra ones for me.
For what it's worth, because I know what you're doing it for, I think it's really brave. I know that doesn't help, but thank you for trusting me.
What's your plan?
I need to understand best before we even start making a realistic plan. What's going on? Where is she? How do we get you guys out to get to her?
In order, a nightmare, the Academy and the Court of Winter, burn the place down.
Which place?
Both of them.
You see, she's like listening. Like, it's not like her being like, what? We can't do that. It's like, nope.
Yeah. It's Ascanio like looks up to Aiko and just, they don't deserve to live.
Who?
And like around that time, like you guys kind of hear some footsteps like out in the hall, and he just.
Yeah, she would just like hold up a finger, like in case he can't hear it. But.
Oh, he can hear it. He's very perceptive. He's got that down.
Yeah.
You see, Ascani just kind of like sighs and. And then he looks up to you, Aiko.
She'd say no, but then she's going to, like, not speak, but lip. I can read lips.
He's kind of, you notice that he starts to do the signs, like, as he or as he mouths it.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts to sign and mouth, and as he does, he asks, I will do anything to get to her. Anything.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's going to respond back like, I promise we'll get her. Let me help you fulfill your promise.
He's gonna sign again. Envoys go to all the courts, right? If you go to the Court of Winter and see her perform, if I don't make it out, he just sits up and looks at you and just taps his head. Memorize this.
Yeah.
And he doesn't mouth it, but he shows you a series of signs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is like memorizing it like hardcore. And I think because she's observant, like, and because she's so used to like rituals and stuff, like she is like as the first time he goes through it, she's watching. The second time he's going through it, she's like pantomiming some of it. The third time, she's like slowly going through it, and then the fourth time she is like
she's got it.
And then the fifth time she stops him, and then she does it without him showing her.
Do you want to see if you can tell what it is?
She'd ask him, like,
oh, he won't
is
tell
this
you.
some okay.
He
yeah.
won't specifically say what it is. If I go ask like what is this, he just says, you make sure to show her this if I don't make it.
She nods and says, like, I understand, but my goal is to let you say it to her yourself. And she's like, I will still do everything in my power. I will make sure that she gets this, but my goal is that you get this to her. Or I get her to you.
You don't even need to do an insight to see that the look on his face is... He doesn't really think he's making it out.
Oh yeah, no, she is not standing for that shit. She is like looking upset, and she's like, no. Like, you know, I know you've been doing this a long time now, and I get it. Don't get tired. Like, stay with it. Bring the guy who just told me, and she's like gonna look around because she doesn't curse. She's like, the guy who told me fuck him and bit a towel, that's not this. And she's like, bring that. Because she's the fighter of the group. Like, she's like, she wants that fight. Like, and this is this is the injustice that she's like, this is why we are envoys. Like, we are going to combat injustice, and we are going to go to these different courts and right wrongs and, like, represent the Court of Stars. And, like, ye hard justice. So it is very much that energy of being like, no, keep fighting the good fight, no matter where you are, but let us help you. And if we can get you out of here to help, great.
Alright, so Aiko, here's what I'm gonna have you do. Because he has a limited amount of time that he can talk about things more openly, or like mouth them at least, especially since you have Observant and everything, so you don't have to worry about if you can understand the signs, or if you do understand what he's mouthing, you know it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a limited amount of time to ask him what you want to ask him. I am doing a timer.
Gotcha.
Because that's gonna then set for when midnight hits and it's the next day, and he would have to take that damage again to be able to talk anymore. So,
okay.
Oh, I know. That's why I was like, I'm gonna let you know right now because it's about to be rapid fire.
Okay. Could because I'm gonna have somebody else type then for me possibly, so that way I'm not wasting time writing, or I'm just gonna let good old Elephant do his thing up here. So.
I'd be fine with. I would say I'd be fine if someone wants to jot down like what Aiko hears and everything, so she can focus on that if you want. I'll allow that above table.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You just let me know.
Because trust me, anyone who plays D&D with me can attest. I'm the one that's like always taking notes on like anything that I can as much as possible. So like, yeah, I get it.
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
So I'll let you know when the timer is up then, okay? Or I'll let you know if you want. I can let you know when there's 1 minute left on the timer.
How much time do I have? First of all,
7 minutes is what I'm giving you.
Oh yeah. All right, let's fucking get ready. Go. Buckle up. All right, you ready?
Right.
Tell me when to start.
All right, ready, set?
Yep.
You see that Ascanio sits up as you say, like, I bring the guy who said fuck him, like, and everything. That's like enough that it kind of sparks something in him, and he just sits up from where, like, sits up taller and looks at you, and nods. Go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's leaning forward and she's immediately like, where can I find evidence to incriminate Naveen?
He has a safe in his office. It has a notebook inside with names, secrets, insurance, as he puts it.
Is there anything protecting that, other than the safe itself? Any magical barriers, anything on the doors, any locks, any triggers, any alarms?
My brother Ruslan is in charge of all of the locks and alarms around here. Normally he's the one who gets notified when one of the alarms goes off. If anyone who is not staff steps back into backstage areas, Ruslan knows and lets everyone know. As for locks, the locks are really difficult to pick on purpose. There's no teleporting in and out either. So there's no teleporting, there's no shifting to other planes, anything like that. It's you're here.
Is there anything else located outside that room that we could also find to incriminate him? If not, then what would be a reason that we could have someone be able to go into that room, even if it's not an envoy, like Alric, or like, you know, a figurehead?
Alric, good luck with getting him anywhere near Naveen, and he kind of laughs sadly, like, I've been trying to get Alric involved for 50 years. He's just left me.
Yeah, she's gonna say, we'll table that for later. Okay. Is there any way that one of us could go back there, like, you know, for business, and have him leave the room, and then we could then rifle through that?
His safe isn't just out in the open. You'd have to find it, and I don't know how to get it.
Okay. She's going to say, how long do we have?
Until what?
In, like, you know, they made it seem like this was like an impending issue. Like, how do we get you out safely? Like, they said you changed, something was wrong.
Naveen's been adding more and more each year to the chaos that he puts on us. That's the headaches. He resets them once a year, and it's about time for ours to get reset.
Enough for to be punishable? Like, is that a crime alone on like how he treats his employees? Is like being like a mind trigger?
Not when one of our triggers is we can only speak positively of Naveen and Euphoria. Good luck getting anyone to incriminate him.
what if we got you to do it? What if we did it like today and, you know, we heal you and we're able to get you to testify kind of thing?
It would be my word against Naveen's and against the entire rest of the club. And I'm the only one who wants to see him in the ground. Even Phoebe doesn't want that.
Yeah, I can tell. Moving on, and she's going to mention, you know, what other resources has he tried to use inside the club? So that way we don't just keep repeating the same things.
You can't trust Gemma. Do not trust her. She's Naveen's right hand among the performers. My other siblings are locked in. They can't be convinced. You could maybe pull. Raj is the newest recruit. Elysia used to be from the Court of Winter, from the academy that Thea's currently at, but she doesn't remember fucking anything. Trust me, I've tried. Zeph and Jules, they only really care about each other. So there's that, but otherwise... And Padmavati, maybe? But for a lot of my siblings, we grew up here, and this is home.
Okay. You mentioned the academy. What about the academy do we know?
You think this place is bad? Did you ever ask Oriana why she doesn't have wings, even if she's a succubus? Yeah, the academy's why. Or why Lady Thea has not been here for the last 50, 75 years. The academy. The count in charge.
Where do we know?
He just shakes his head. I'd burn him alive if I could.
Do we have to find a way to free Euphoria before we handle the academy? Does it have to go in a specific order?
If you free us, I can start heading to the academy. That's my first step.
How much? And he said it was a week before he reset, or a month.
He takes a week to do it. So
okay.
Ascandia would explain, like, he takes a week to do it. So every day is basically break you down, build you back up, kind of thing.
Okay.
You have 1 minute 25 seconds left.
Wonderful. Can we pause it for just a second? Above table, are we allowed to kind of, because these would be questions that we would have asked beforehand going in, of like what we would wanted to find out, or are we doing okay?
Wait, what do you mean? Say it one more time?
Brass. I was asking Brass and Case above table if there were, because these were questions that we would have been like, okay, like if we get a hold of them, like.
I will give you 30 seconds before timer starts back up again, because
that's
part,
fine.
like,
so,
that's part of the timer and everything is that like he has a limited amount of time to talk.
Brass and Case, anything?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, you pretty much covered everything that I would have asked.
Cool.
Questions.
Who is safe to get involved, who is not safe to get involved outside of the academy?
Is that your question?
Are there any connections outside of, not outside of the academy, outside of Euphoria that we could get a hold of to like help back this?
To help back freeing the Euphoria?
Yeah.
Alaric and Oriana are all talk about it. They'll say they want to help, but they can't, as they make it very clear.
But if we can put them to it, they would be able to carry something if we could get them to do something.
If you could, potentially, if they live up to it. Other people, there's a spice seller in town. Lewis is a friend of mine. He's a good guy, but please don't get him involved in this. He's just a person.
We'll try not to. Is there a code word that I can give in the academy and come back and I see her back on what's going on to let you know that, you know, she's alive, she's well, she's out, like, you know, something. If we go to Winter before we can get you out.
Just Dolce. That was my name for her when we thought pet names were stupid. You see that as he says that, there's kind of like something that kind of hits for a second, and he just time's up. Aiko, as you were asking, like, since your last question was about, like, is there anything we can say, anything we can do if we go and see her, and everything.
Yeah.
He looks at you and just gestures for the sign.
Yeah.
Like, he wants you to
She
repeat
does
it.
it. Yeah, she does it again.
As
And
you do, after you do, he just nods and goes over to, kind of like one of the walls of, or goes over one of the walls of his room. And as he does, you see that he removes a panel of the wall, and he pulls out two things that he's giving you. One, he hands you a really tattered, really old book on signs and sign language. It is clear there are notes fucking everywhere all over this book. Like, notes, it is torn, it is beaten, it has seen the test of time. And he hands it to you, and taps it. And you can read his lips so he can do it. Use this.
Mm-hmm.
And he, like, pauses for a second. And taps his throat.
Mm-hmm.
Not me. And not you. And, like, kind of, like, gestures.
She would understand.
So, yeah, so you can tap that, use this. And then the other thing that he has with him, or the other thing that he's handing you, is he's handing you a very old horse stuffed animal. Like, tiny, like, Beanie Baby sized. And it's pretty, again, also pretty battered and beaten.
Battered.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he hands it to you, he gives it to you and just... If you get to winter first.
She's going to point to the book and ask, what are some things she likes to talk about? And she's going to say, like, you know, like, talk about, and she's, like, using her hands.
Yeah, Ascania's going to spend the rest of that night teaching you different signs, for different things that are good to know. Some of the signs that he points out in particular are things like sweet, which is dolce, and he kind of teaches you how to spell out dolce and teaches how to spell out moloko. He teaches you milk as well. Also teaches you horse and snow leopard, and teaches you, like, how to sign snow. He teaches you how to sign dance. And kind of, like, you notice that the more he teaches you these different signs, the more he, like, kind of chuckles to himself and starts to smirk as he teaches things like soup, or, like, too hot. And, like, you notice that a lot of these are things that seem to be communicating about food.
Yeah. She would be, like, practicing it back, and then she'd also be, like, as he's, like, teaching her things, like, she'd be finding phrases like, hello, it's nice to meet you, my name is Aiko.
Mhm.
Like, you know, and she's, like, trying that out, and then she would be asking for, like, stories around each one, if he wanted to talk about it, but she would say, like, be safe. I imagine she's going to learn how to, in sign language, say, be safe.
Yeah, good one.
So.
Alright, so Ascanio and Aiko are going to be spending the rest of their night kind of learning the signs. I'm going to hop over to Journey and Phoebe, and then to Arcadia and Leighton for what you guys are doing for the rest of the evening before we hit morning. Journey. So Phoebe had kind of told you just, you know, make sure you're careful and, like, please be safe. We have the rest of the night. Can I tell you a secret? I've never actually had a sleepover before with friends.
Sleepover?
Yeah, what do you do at a sleepover?
Well, I mean, it all depends. When my friends and I have sleepovers, sometimes we play a game or sometimes we just talk. Really, I mean, I know you've had a long night, so I wouldn't, if you just wanted to rest, like, I completely understand. But if you wanted to play a game or something, we could do that too. I'm down for whatever.
Can we play a game that if we fall asleep while we play the game, that's okay?
Yeah, that sounds perfect, actually.
Okay, great. Do you need pajamas and everything? I can get you pajamas.
Oh, I mean, sure. I don't have any on me. If you're okay with that.
Journey, you notice that as she asks you that and, like, opens her wardrobe, you see it's basically 90% lingerie, 10% dance practice gear. As she kind of, as she's sharing that and everything, or she's going, like, searching through and everything. Anything you want? You're also welcome to say no thanks now that you've seen her wardrobe.
I don't want to, like,
Experiment, Journey. You can do this.
I'm pretty comfortable in these clothes. Honestly, I don't want to, like, mess up. Your clothes look so expensive and nice, and I don't even know, like, what if I'm, like, a size bigger than you and I, like, loosen something? Like, it's all so intricate.
Oh, it's fine. Pavavati actually works on our costumes ever since, Alaric doesn't anymore. He used to make the nicest costumes for me.
Oh, really? Alaric did? Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does make some really, incredible pieces. But yeah, don't worry about the pajamas. I'm fine in this.
Okay. And you see she just, like, literally, like, hops over to the bed and, like, bounces on it, like, curls up underneath and is, like, holding a pillow looking at you, like, excited. Like, you see her little succubus wings are, like, fluttering. She's excited. She's that
It's
excited.
adorable. Oh.
Okay, game. Truth or Dare? No, wait, that's a bad one to play. We shouldn't play that one.
This is when I wish Aiko was here because she knows all the games.
And if you want, like, we can just say, like, they play, like, a game until, like, they fall asleep for the night and everything.
Okay.
Because I will say, you notice that when you tell Phoebe, hey, you can relax, it's okay to fall asleep.
That's really what I want her to do.
Girl passes out fast. Like, she's the girl at the sleepover who's like, I'm gonna stay up all night, is the first one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, brass. Yeah, brass. Where have you heard that before, huh?
Arcadia and Leighton. Arcadia, you got real freaked out by getting attacked by the orc guy earlier. Leighton's coming over to you with his healer's kit and is working on kind of, like, and because you guys have time, you have the night and everything, right? But he's taking his time to help heal and make sure that you're okay, and that you're not, super injured, and is just, as he's bandaging you up and everything, you see he just, okay, so Arcadia, if you were going to not have me date Polymnia, who would you have me date? What kind of girl should I be looking for?
Oh boy, all right.
You could build me what.
Anyways,
if you could build me what you think should be my dream girl, if it's not Polymnia, what should it be?
My chat is fully yellow right now. My goodness.
Hi, Faith.
It is all Faith. So she's honestly like a little taken aback. She's like was not expecting this conversation right now.
Honestly, that's his point.
Yeah.
He wants to kind of keep Arcadia's mind off of what the fuck is going on around here.
Yeah, she is pretty upset. But she is just gonna like blink for a moment and then and then she starts thinking and she's like, haven't really thought about it, but I think someone who is obviously she has to be nice, and the bar's pretty low.
Yeah, that's very specific, Arcadia.
No, but if I had to pick someone perfect for you, Layton, it would be someone who's kind and also just as giving as you are, and sees you for you and not what you can just acquire, because you're great. She's gonna like kind of like nudge his shoulder a little bit, and she's gonna kind of sigh and say, I'm sorry for making you upset with what I said. That wasn't my intention.
It's okay.
I want the best for you.
As we say in Nona's kitchen, you gotta break a couple eggs to make an omelet, right?
Can I steal that?
He's too precious for this world.
Yeah,
that's going in my mind palace. But yeah, she's like very thankful for him talking about this. And then she's gonna kind of start rambling about like, now if I had to pick the exact perfect person for you,
okay,
she would be so into your cooking. She would just love your cooking, because I know that's important to you. And you could probably tell her all of your recipes and she would listen, and
as Arcadia is describing these things, and he finishes bandaging her up, Layton picks her up and like carries her over to the bed and like lays her down and like tucks her in, and then goes back over to his little comforter nest that you made him and sits down on it, and he just listens as you describe the perfect person for him.
I'm gonna cry.
Wholesome.
She would keep going too. Like, she is going. I can't think of the words off the top of my head, but she's going.
He's listening, and he's like staying up until Arcadia. Well, and I love it because the elf doesn't sleep.
Yeah.
So he's staying up until you fall asleep, or really until you either go into a trance or he falls asleep.
She would like notice as he's like starting to kind of nod off, and she would like slowly stop talking, like still going, kind of like a bedtime story almost, and like just like imagining, you and you're in your kitchen and it's like really late at night and maybe you're making cookies or something, and then like she's just going on until he's asleep.
Yeah, perfect. All right, the rest of your guys' night passes by uneventfully. As Journey and Phoebe, I imagine both of you pass out very fast. And Arcadia is telling Layton the bedtime story of his dream princess someday. I will say that as you keep describing his perfect girl, by the way, Layton would tell you that the girl you're describing actually kind of reminds him of a fairy tale his grandma used to tell him. And he tells you about Gunther and Livia. Princess Livia was actually acts more like a knight than even Gunther does. But Gunther's the hero, and he's really cool too, and it's great. But would tell you the story that, like, that was his favorite childhood story that Nona would tell him. And he wanted to become an envoy to impress Polymnia, but also, like, you get to do stuff Gunther did. Like, it's like a kid finding out they get to be a superhero. You get to do superhero stuff. So the more you describe Dream Girl, the more sleepy he gets. He's like, oh, Livia would be like that too. Okay. And like passing out. Aiko, with you and Ascanio and everything, he stays up as late as he can teaching you signs. As when you look like... Go ahead.
I would say she's gonna try to, like, if you need sleep, like, please, like, I'll stay up, I'll make sure you're okay. Like, I can... I've had a lot of sleepless nights before, as you have as well. Like,
he's not gonna mouth it. He's gonna do the sign for sleep to you. Yeah. Because he has standards and he is starting to teach you.
That's fine. Yeah, she'd respect that.
Yeah.
And she's gonna,
mhm.
she's probably gonna like look down at her dress though and be like, I don't have, and she's like flipping through pajamas and she's looking at assigned pajamas.
Yeah, he goes over his wardrobe and he gives you one of his button-down shirts and pair of like pants and everything, and just holds them out to you. You notice too that as you change and everything that
Just like turn it around.
Oh yeah, no, he already did. He's like, he looks at you like, why would I have any interest in seeing that? And you see that he actually takes some of the pillows from the bed and he's starting to make a spot on the floor to sleep.
She's going over and she is patting the bed and she is like, you know, she's like pointing at herself and she's like pushing the chairs together like, I can sleep here. Or like,
he's shaking his head and just points to you, to the bed, and then mouths to you, I will not share a bed with anyone else if it's my choice.
And she's just gonna offer like, I have a lot of tails, they're cushy, I can sleep on the chair, I'd still be very comfortable and happy. Okay, alright, she's not gonna fight it, she's gonna kind of like like a sign language like I give up, and she's going to like go to the bed and just she's gonna ask, are you promise you'll be okay on the floor?
And he just nods. And you see he kind of scoots the pillows up near like the wall and kind of like makes a spot where he's not totally laying down, but he's at least like relaxed, he can kind of like nod off sitting up and everything. And falls asleep there with you asleep in the bed. Next morning rolls around. As morning rolls around, not Kason, Leighton, but for Journey and for Aiko, you guys are actually awoken by Phoebe and Ascanio, each respectively like waking you up. They're kind of used to the clock and the schedule of things around here at Euphoria, so they know when to wake up the guests and be like, hey, time to go. For Arcadia and Leighton, you guys are woken up by a very loud knocking at the door as Dakun just opens the door and looks to you both and time to check out. Closes the door again. As you guys start to kind of head down and out to that first floor again, you would notice that the other guests are kind of being escorted out too. The performers who were with them are, you know, saying their goodbyes and seem very much still, because you guys have kind of seen all sides of Euphoria and the performers now. They still seem very much in that performer mode as people are leaving and saying goodbye and things like that. Journey, you would notice that Phoebe has turned it back on and has dialed it up to 10 of the, oh, it was so great to have you here! Oh my god! Like, ha, yay! Kind of attitude. Aiko, Ascanio just looks to you. Thank you for visiting.
She's just gonna sign, be safe.
Just you two.
Yeah. She's like folding up his like shirt and like pants and like pressing them nicely, and, like, you know, putting them on the table.
Precious.
She would ask if they're allowed to keep gifts.
Who are you asking?
She's asking him.
Gifts that the performers gave them?
Like if she gave him a gift.
He just shakes his head and it's mouth, like, kind of like covers his mouth enough that only Aiko can see it, and just, we can keep them, he will take them.
Good to know. She's gonna kind of like smile a little bit. It's the first time you've seen her like smile with them together, and she's like, I've got an idea for after. Yeah. After.
Alright, yeah, as you guys are escorted out down Euphoria steps and everything, you see Naveen is at that, you know, that grand foyer again, and he's just beaming. Oh, good morning, my guests! Welcome! Oh, thank you for your stay! We look forward to seeing a number of you later tonight, potentially. Round 2. Oh, well, I hope you enjoy your rest of your day, and, it was our pleasure to serve you. So long. As everyone's ushered out the door. You guys hear, because you saw them do the lockup the day before. You hear the lockup behind everybody as they leave Euphoria. What are you doing? Team is reunited.
Once they are outside in the air, Arcadia's gonna let out the biggest, like she does not want to go back in there if at all possible.
Aiko is going to want to have them kind of like walk a little bit through Yohaizu, kind of like not directly towards Alrix, because she wants to see if anyone's tailing them.
Okay.
And she would want Journey to kind of be on the lookout too, and she's gonna say like, hey, after all the commotion, I think we should really be on like high alert.
Yeah.
Map you guys are on is kind of general Court of Fall Market.
I love it. It looks so lovely.
Market Street. And everything. So kind of generally like the vibe. And actually,
was that a long rest, by the way, or no?
yes, that would be a long rest.
Okay. I just wanted to double check.
I'm cool with it. Because you guys basically slept after that. Like, really, like, even though it took a lot of time to kind of run the different scenarios, they were all happening at the same time. So, y'all would have been fine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyhow.
Okay, so what are we doing? So we are on our way back to Alaric and Oriana's, but we're taking kind of the windy road.
Yeah. Because like Aiko still would want to be like looking around for shops, and she's also kind of like just listening to see if there's any like, oh well, yeah, like, you know, Euphoria is great and all, but like it's kind of like slipped downhill or something like that. Like anything along those lines, anything mentioning Euphoria in a bad light.
I would say choose between, do you want to look at shops in general, or are you trying to listen to the town gossip? Because that'll determine like what you roll and what you find out.
Yeah. That would be perception, but like it's just looking at different things, correct?
Yes. Both would still be perception and everything, but it would just be, you would get different information because you're looking at kind of different things.
Honestly, she might turn to Journey and ask Journey to be the one to listen for things, because if they are being tailed, Arcadia and Aiko are already under a little bit of scrutiny. So best to not have them be kind of like looking for that. Like Aiko would then be looking at like stores and just like kind of looking like around Yohaizu.
Okay, so Aiko's looking
unless
at
Journey wanted to do something else, please do whatever Journey.
No, that's fine. I was just gonna make sure nobody's tailing us, but yeah, I'm cool with that.
Tailing, I would say tailing more important than that then.
You think so? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, because to me there are two different things as well for the is someone tailing us versus what's the town goss, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So Journey's looking to see, are we being followed? Aiko is looking at shops in general. Arcadia, was there something you wanted to look at? Or just wanted to kind of do as you guys are heading back to the shops?
Nothing really specific, I don't think, unless like somebody else would be like, hey, check out this, but Arcadia would just be kind of like also looking at just the general surroundings, still trying to like get a feel for it.
Okay, if you're looking at general surroundings, if you want, you can give Aiko advantage for helping. You guys did not share any of your information yet, correct?
No, Aiko wants to wait till we're in like a safe spot.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to think about what Leighton was gonna do. Leighton is probably gonna look around for like any dangers in general, not necessarily specifically the following and everything, but just also kind of keeping your wits about you and everything, because if you are, no, actually that's what he's gonna do. If you guys are navigating through the streets, but you're taking the windy way back through Yohaizu to get to Alarix, you run the risk of falling into what I affectionately call the vendor vortex. Of you just get pulled into shops, and the bazaar gets deeper and you can't find your way out. So he's going to kind of be focused on, can you guys easily get back to Alarix? Aiko's going to have advantage on perception because Arcadia's helping out. Journey, you are trying to see if we are being followed. So you are also going to do perception.
Sure.
And then Leighton is going to go ahead and he's going to roll survival to see if you guys can make it through the town. Hey, there you go, buddy. Dirty 20 for him. Yeah, you guys are going to be fine on your windy roads. He's doing a good job of keeping track of where things are.
17.
17? Okay.
Yep.
Aiko, you see that as you're looking around at the different shops and everything, again, you see, just as a kind of a reminder, that Yohaizu has a wide variety of people here. And by wide variety, it's wide variety even for being a Fey realm. That there are different spirits, there's Oni who are actually here, there are creatures that Aiko's never seen before who are merchants. You also find shops for pretty much anything you need. As you come to one of the more open areas as well, you see a lot of different stalls and markets selling what seems to be kind of like a farmer's market, selling ingredients, selling vegetables, selling fruits, selling spices, selling a number of different things there. You do notice a familiar sign and logo that you've definitely seen before, because your friends have definitely been tattooed by her before. So you do find Melena's shop in there that advertises the days of the week that she's in. You notice it's kind of very odd days of the week and everything compared to the other shops that are like 7 days a week. Hers are a little bit more sporadic on her sign. So you would see all those kind of different areas and everything. So you will have, if you are looking for items in Yohaizu, you'll have an easier time finding them than you otherwise might as a result of doing all of that. Cool.
Yep.
Journey, the tailing roll, what'd you get?
Yes, 23.
You're not being followed. The closest that it seems is that, you might have like some of the vendors who kind of like try to walk up and follow you guys, but when you get too far out of range, they just head back to their stand. But you don't sense that you're being followed by anybody.
That's good.
What days of the week is Melena in, and is one of them today?
Roll me a d8.
6.
She's in. She's here today.
Aha! I mean, Aiko, after all that, she's gonna turn to everyone, because she's gonna notice, like, Arcadia had the big sigh of relief. She's gonna notice that, like, Journey was just kind of, like, a little quiet coming out of there. She's a little rattled up. She's going to stop outside the shop and say, like, okay, clearly we all had very different nights, and my thought is, before we go stop back at Alric's, do you guys want to see a familiar face? Just to lift our spirits, maybe?
I think that sounds great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And she's like dinging the door open, and she's just like, Melena? ? Like, just please don't be like, it's not Burger King, it's Kurger Bing. Like, it's like, a doppelganger place.
Like it's something along those lines and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I would die. There she is. God, I haven't seen this in... Oh my god! Okay, I have to switch over to this real quick before I change things, just to show you guys how long it's been since you've been on this map. Because it's been a hot minute, because of course it has.
Oh.
Yeah. That's from last time that you guys were here.
Did we go to her house?
She lives in she has her bedroom in the shop.
Yeah.
So she does her work in the back, and then this is her front.
I don't remember ever going to the shop. Because I've never been.
I was gonna say, I think we had been because you guys got new tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
Because they...
Right, but I wasn't there. I was at the monastery.
Oh,
they went and got tattoos while Aiko was at the monastery, because then everyone met up with her there.
So I actually have to add you guys back in, y'all. Been a hot minute.
We growed up.
You did grow all grown up. I really want to shout it out. All grown up. I want the world to know. All grown up. Okay, sorry. The fact that I know that much of the Rugrats All Grown Up theme song.
I was gonna say.
Really.
All grown up with you. Anyway, all right. So
Really
ding.
good.
So you guys head into the shop, and honestly, it looks like the same shop from the Court of Stars. So if anything, it hits. Well, I will say if Aiko wasn't there, then it hits some of you with a sense of kind of homesickness. As you look around and it looks like it's the same place.
I could be very confused because it's like, how?
As you guys walk in, you see that with her feet kicked up on the desk, Milena is working on sketching. And looks over and just, oh shit! Hey guys! And like tosses down her sketchbook and comes around to the front. How's it going, Envoys? And like goes and is giving. She's a hugger. She's giving everybody hugs.
I mean, yeah, Aiko would be very confused, like happily hugging her. But then also just, how aren't here?
Yeah. What about it?
All? Like, you know, just like it's not making sense.
Trade secret. Can't give away all my secrets now, Aiko.
Yeah, Aiko's coming over and like trying to like look her up and down, and she's just like whacking hair, and she's just like,
that tickles.
okay, I've learned a lot in the past couple hours, so you know what?
Yeah.
This is normal. This is fine. How
Yeah.
are you? Like,
I'm great.
just-
Great, doing great. Business is great. Business is very busy. Except I had a fucking cancellation today, and that just sucks. But you know, it's what it is sometimes. We'll see what he thinks of his redesign I'm working on. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How's envoying?
Really interesting.
Journey, as you say really interesting, Milena's head whips around to you. Oh, is it? What's so interesting now, Journey? Or sorry,
No,
do you not kiss and tell?
So
Oh, I
Aiko didn't see what happened with Glitter. She's thinking Journey hooked up with Milena because she knew that Journey had a thing for Milena back in the Court of Stars. So you see her
no.
fucking tails, like it is a fucking tornado of tails, and she is
Journey.
just like look, no.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So said Diego.
Broken. She
Wait,
cannot
no.
respond.
Wait, who's Diego?
My brother. Diego.
You
Glitter.
tell your brother these things?
But I mean, he told me that that one of the envoys made out with him at a bar, which like, given that I know you guys.
Aiko is like trying to make eye contact with Journey, like, you did what?
Yeah, speaking of how it's been interesting, that is very,
Oh yeah,
very interesting.
Milena's tail is whipping back and forth.
Yeah, Aiko is
Uh-huh.
right there with her, like, yeah,
Oh,
no.
It was definitely it was
Yeah.
accident, which I know is very like, you know, like how can you kiss somebody on accident? But you see, I was hallucinating, and
Oh.
unfortunately he was the one closest to me, maybe.
Uh-huh.
But
So
I
you
still feel-
were telling me that you kissed my brother, who hasn't really shut up about you, by the way. You kissed my brother because you hallucinated. Well, that makes so much more sense, and I will be sure to let him know next time I see him.
Aiko's gonna kind of like chime in and be like, actually, yeah, no, it was a very bad night. Don't ever trust the pastry girl. Just don't.
You trusted Aislinn? Really?
I did not. Aiko is like, I did not, and she coerced me into eating these
It was
biscuits.
Arcadia's birthday. We were trying to celebrate.
Yeah, Aiko was like, I was the designated
Sorry.
talk, and I was not agreeable to this,
Chaos.
and I was tricked. And she was like, oh my gosh, yeah, that explains so much.
Yeah,
and she-
I'll give you a heads up right now, my envoy friends. I hear a lot of the gossip around these parts, all parts. Little benefit of the job. See a lot of sailors, see a lot of people in a lot of different courts. hear a
What
lot
kind
of
of-
things.
What gossip? Her ears are back like, fuck. We need to know.
I heard about some hot springs, maybe?
Oh god. Yeah. Just beet red, tail's still swishing, and she's like trying to like calm him down, like stop. Stop it. Stop. Holding now tails. It would be really helpful. It would be really helpful if you possibly filled us in on how the envoys are being perceived in the Court of Fall.
Oh, I could help with that. Actually, yeah, actually, honestly, that's a really damn good question from Elena, since she is easily someone who can give you guys updates on how you're being seen in different courts.
Yeah.
Really, really good question.
Go, Aiko. High five, my little girl. I'm sorry, wait for it. I got a little high five.
Yay!
Oh, it's been a stressful session. I have my foxes nearby.
I wasn't expecting
so
to see
perfect.
Elena tonight, so I have to go find her character sheet. There she is.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. No, I love it. I think it's great. Oh, good. She has high perception. Yeah, she has a high perception, but not when she rolls a 3. As you guys asked about how the envoys are being perceived, she's just like, honestly, it's been kind of busy. My brother has been doing more of his jewelry, glass blowing stuff lately, so I've been having to take on a lot more work, and Dad's not really tattooing as much anymore, so I have to take on the work. It's been a mess. At least today I get to kind of breathe a little bit, so that's nice.
What do I roll for like remembering history? Yeah, it's a history check. Shit.
Yeah,
Right.
and she mentions though, she's like, honestly, I've heard a lot of good things so far. I think maybe it was in stars. I don't know. Maybe?
Aiko rolled a 6 on history check. I'm wondering, with everything going on, she even remembers that she's supposed to get the tattoo. And I feel like she just kind of like sits there for a second as she's holding her tails, like, I should be asking something while I'm in here. Yeah, but then she just kind of like shakes it off and kind of looks at the rest of the group.
So, anything else I can help you guys out with, or are you just here to see a beautiful girl on a beautiful day?
Honestly, we really did just feel like it would be nice to see you.
Been
Oh,
a
shit.
rough few days.
You guys actually doing
few
all
weeks.
right, or no?
It's complicated. There's a lot going on. More than just being envoys and the greatest treasure, all that.
Do you want to talk about it? She's like very hesitant because she's like, I don't know what I'm fucking signing up for.
Yeah, Aiko's like, rain check for your safety? I don't want to get you dragged into something that might put you in danger.
Okay, but if you guys need anything, you'll let me know, right? I mean,
A drink? And like, hearing that come from Aiko is saying something. Yeah.
you need to pick me
So.
up?
Yeah.
Okay, first tell me how amazing I am.
You look gorgeous. You're Evangelista. You're a model. And it's just like, you know, just Aiko's like genuinely like giving compliments. Like, it's just so nice to see a friendly face, someone who's not going to stab us in the back. Like,
Does she say that?
kind of thing. No. She would say it's nice to see someone that we can trust and something that's familiar after a lot of deception in this court.
Yeah. Hey, but Envoys, really, if you need anything, I don't know how I can help. I have the tattooing, artificer shit, whatever, and...
Do you know...
Also, she is 100% pulling out a drink from behind the counter and is just pouring shots.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that
I
checks.
love this
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah, Aiko would, in theory, just saying, you know, and she's like trying to be casual about it. She's going to say like, how would one unveil a really corrupt business scheme going on afoot.
How would one what?
Like, it's just like, she's trying to say, how, exactly like that, though. That's how she says it.
You see Milena takes her shot, pours another one, takes it, pours another, and just... Mm-hmm.
How do you uncover an inside job that's really hurting a lot of people when no one else will vouch for it and you can't get the court involved?
Yeah, she looks like... I was expecting you guys to talk about, like, significant other problems, not how do you take down a corrupt business.
Yeah, and that's why she just, like, grabs the shot and she just, like, throws it back and you see her just, ugh, this is, like, last night, like, and she's just, like...
She pours you another shot.
No.
Well, shit, sorry, guys, I don't really know how to help with that side of things so much, but, Are you trying to get something out of the business thingy?
Get something.
Find it? Take it? Buy the business?
Stop
I don't know.
it.
I guess you could buy the business, and then if you buy it, then you could make it not corrupt, and then you're done. But that's probably gonna be a lot.
Aiko just stops. Like, Aiko's been, like, she moves around and stuff like that. She literally just stops. We could buy the business.
I was joking or something, I think. What business are you talking about anyway?
A big one.
Names? Words? Do I know the business? I've been in Yohaizu for a while.
You know the business, and she's going to you see her, like, she's like, I'm gonna be cool, I'm gonna take this, and and she puts it back down and she's like, we need to go find Alric. That shut it down.
Cool. Okay, you good there, buddy?
Yeah, Aiko's gonna hug Milena.
Oh, okay, we're doing this. Hi, hug.
Yep. I don't know if it's going to help or not, but it's a great idea, and it's something I didn't even think about, because monks, money, we don't understand that shit, and she's just like, oh my god, and it's just like,
well, I hope you're...
it's like...
Yeah. I'd slow your roll there, little fox girl person thing. And she's like, pats your head, just, you can't force someone to sell it. I mean, I don't care what kind of money you offered me for my shop, I'm not fucking selling it for anything.
What if there was a way that we had the person's hands tied? If they had to sell it? Or if there's a way where...
I mean,
she's like, I don't know enough about business.
Maybe, but you're gonna have a hard time getting the guildmaster to sign off on a trade where someone's not willing. You know?
He might know something that we don't. It's just, it opens up more avenues. It's nice seeing something else, thinking of something different. I've been racking my brain all night.
Yeah, you seem hella stressed. And she just shoves the shot a little closer. Do you guys have a minute, or is this like it's a pressing envoy, we need to go fight corruption and like karate chop a business or something like that?
I could sing, but yeah, she would kind of like go to sit down and then she's like, nope, gotta keep moving.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, like, they have a minute. Like, she's, you know, not being like, come on, let's go out the door now. Like,
do you got like the day-to-day, Aiko? Can you hang out for a little bit or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, a day's fine.
Okay. Because you all seem like you could use a pick-me-up of some kind. Hey, Aiko, real quick question for you. And she actually turns the notebook that she had, her sketchbook, and slides it over to you. What do you think of this? I was trying to make sure I got it just right, but I'm not super sure if I did. You see she's sketching a fox.
She's going to be looking at it and she's like, would it help if you had a live model?
Oh, please do.
Yeah, she is going to set the shot down and she's going to like take off her satchel. And she's just going to, okay, it's been a long time. I can do this. And because it's the first time that I think she's gotten to like control when she goes into it since first going into Nisei. Yeah, so she is going to use Kitsune transformation and she's going to turn into her actual little fox.
Perfect.
Yay!
Yeah.
It's gonna take you guys through pretty much through the morning, so and everything as she's sketching this, because she's sketching pretty detailed. When she finishes, she kind of spins it around and slides it over. Aiko, she has sketched a very adorable version of you as a fox. Like, fox form fox. Super cute. And she just grins. And she's actually added in cherry blossoms around it. And what looks like, in the background, a hot spring.
Aww.
And she just beams. I knew it was missing something. And now, my client's gonna be real pissed they canceled.
She's just gonna, because she's still in fox form, she can't speak. She's just gonna kind of like cock her head and like kind of like shake her fur out a little bit. But yeah. And then I'm gonna have her roll a history check again, because honestly, like looking at a tattoo, she's like,
Something about tattoos.
That's a 17, so now she remembers. Yeah, she's like yipping, like tapping it, like yipping, like she's like running around Arcadia's legs, like she's like, you know, pawing at Arcadia, like she's like, you know, like batting at Leighton's tail, and then like yipping, just oh my goodness, how long did it do?
Arcadia's very pleased. This is the happiest she's felt since the pangolin.
Oh, quite nice.
That was a day ago.
You know, it's true. It feels like it's been a year, okay?
Yeah. Honestly, I love the idea that Aiko would go to, because oh my fuck.
Did you realize?
They're in their dress. They're still in their dresses, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Oh god damn it! Yeah, she can't come out of the fox form. She's gonna be fuck ass naked. Okay. So yeah, she's running around like panickedly, like pawing at people, like climbing up, like on, like she tried climbing up Journey's leg. She's like coiling around Journey. It is, and like she's not like this big. She's like she's a smaller fox, but she's still a fucking
Still a
goose.
fox, yeah.
She's like climbing all over people. She's jumping from Journey clumsily to Leighton and like landing on Leighton, and she's like yipping, like pointing to bags, like bags. get the bags. If someone doesn't put a bag down on the ground for her,
Arcadia would.
Yeah, I was gonna say Leighton's even
Yeah.
like, bag?
Yeah, she's yeah, she'd be nipping into them, and she's looking for the traveler's clothes of someone's. I don't know whose bags were in, but she is gonna be putting on some.
Arcadia would probably like honestly dump the bag out for her.
Oh,
like
yeah,
she knows
thank
she's
you.
looking for something. She
Yeah.
just isn't connecting what.
You get that little like you know, just like and then going back, grabbing the clothes, but then she is looking around and she's going to go to a door and start scratching at a door, like with the clothes in mouth.
Yeah, Milena opens the door to where she normally tattoos and just points inside. There.
Yep. Cool.
And then
Yep.
shuts it.
Yep. Goes in, you hear like a and just like, oh my god, and like just putting on clothes. She comes back out looking like a sexy Arcadia, and she's going to.
You said like a sexy Arcadia?
Yeah, she's wearing Arcadia's clothes.
Want any plants on her?
Hey, check the pockets.
There was some suspicious smelling stuff in the left front pocket. She comes back out and she's like, sorry about that. I forgot I was not in my regular outfits. Opening today. When do you have an opening again?
That was lucky. Tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh,
Perfect.
she was hoping to be like, in 4 months from now.
You fucking lucked out, by the way. Above
Oh,
table,
God.
so I rolled a d8 to see how many days away it was going to be before she had another opening. And then I was like, okay, that's fine, but she goes to all the different courts. So just because she has an opening doesn't mean she'll be in the Court of Fall. So I rolled for it. She has an opening in the Court of Fall.
Yes!
Yay!
Okay, yeah.
So funny.
Aiko is going to say, this is a nice idea. I kind of like it. I have an idea along those lines. I may have lost a dare, and I'm supposed to get matching tattoos?
Oh, I know.
Oh! Oh?
And she again slides the drawing at you. I know.
Whoa! Whoa! Time out. So he was just gonna pick out the tattoo and I was just gonna have to get whatever he was gonna get.
No, he wanted me to design his.
But it has to be matching.
I mean, yeah, but it could be that it's like, trust me, I talked him into it doesn't have to be exactly the same.
Okay.
Unless you want it to be, because he was talking about going for a full dragon back piece. I can do that for you if you want, Aiko.
No, I'm good.
It was gonna have flames breathing down, like, he wanted it, like, breathing down along the butt, and then it would go, like, down along the leg.
Yeah, I can see that on Aiko.
And everything. You know?
She is like, no, little tiny spot somewhere. Don't know where, but somewhere.
So this is too much, and she taps the drawing that she did.
How big is it? Like, how big would it be?
With hot spring and cherry blossoms. Okay, now there you go. Her piece that she did is probably like the size of, like, my Bluebird, cameo piece and everything. Like, yeah, probably about that size.
Yeah.
It is not a Matarasu sized.
She's like looking at it, and she's like looking down at certain spots on her body, like in Arcadia's gear, like this, I can actually see myself, like, okay. Not too big.
Like, that's too big, or that's fine?
It should be fine. I was thinking about getting it on the top of my foot. But if it has, I don't know. I wanted to ask him. I don't know. And she's like turning back to the people who have tattoos. Help. Just consultation.
Well, do you want it to be somewhere that people would see, like when you're wearing normal clothes, or do you want it to be more hidden? Like,
I don't know.
that's an important question.
I don't know where the monastery stands on tattoos. So
I mean, that's
there's
also a good question.
and
I was.
you know, if he's getting it like on his shoulder and I get mine on my foot, it's not really matching. You know, that's why I kind of wanted him to be here.
Is he getting it on the back of his shoulder? Like,
I don't know where he's getting it. Apparently he wants to get a dragon piece.
Yeah,
so
he was supposed to get it today. He's my cancellation.
Why'd he cancel?
Something apparently came up back home.
Is everything okay?
Bryn, is everything okay?
Well, I don't know if he told you. He talks a lot.
He does talk a lot. That is facts.
Yeah. She'd ask if there's any way to get a hold of him to see if he'd be available tomorrow.
Yeah. Can you just give me a minute? Great. You see, she actually heads back into, like, her room. Aiko, roll me a d20.
Just straight D20?
Yeah, just straight.
10.
Okay. She's gone for a while. It's probably mid-afternoon by now, by the time that she comes back, and she just kind of shrugs. Sorry, I tried getting a hold of him in the capital, and nobody knows where he is right now. Not like it's bad, it's just no one seems like, we don't know where he is, but it's just...
Yeah. She's just a little worried. I mean, like, after everything with Ascanio, she's just a little worried. So
but
she's
if
like,
you want, I can work on trying to get the two of you scheduled for tomorrow.
would you be mad if there was a cancellation?
Well, why are we scheduling it if you're just gonna cancel it?
Well, no, if I'd really like for it to be like us getting it together, because that way we can kind of give input. And
Yeah, I can grab him or try to grab him and let them know or something, or we can see if we can find him.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, next time I have an opening and I see you guys, we just do it then.
Is it gonna hurt?
Yes.
Come here.
Yes.
And she like holds out her hand to you. Do you give it to her?
Yeah.
Milena takes one of her nails, and her nails are pretty sharp, and everything, and just drags it down your arm. Like, applies pressure, drags it down your arm. Does that hurt?
No.
Would that hurt for a couple hours?
No.
You'll be fine.
Oh. Yeah, she's kind of like, ha, ha, ha. We've faced a lot.
Yeah, y'all nearly died. This is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's like, yeah, no, I'm not really doing anything else the rest of the day anyway. I can go back and see if people can try to find him for us. And if we can find him, we can do work tomorrow. And we can talk about payment.
Yeah. And she's like thinking about like, I just spent all my money on.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, and
I still have money.
Yeah. Oh, she still. I mean, like, she still has like. I think she's like.
We can all chip in! Hooray!
Yeah. Bernie wants you to get the statue.
Not Leighton though. Leighton's more broke than we are. Leighton can keep his money.
Leighton is broke. Leighton's actually very excited because he has also gotten a tattoo from Milena. He has the giant tree of life on his back. That was a Milena piece. That's his life hole tattoo.
It was $150 for the night. For the one night experience, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I thought I saved it when I typed it in, but I don't think I did because I still have 179 gold, and that can't be right.
Okay, I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah, I don't think I had over 300 gold.
No, you did not.
No.
Yeah,
I think
that's what I
take
thought.
it out.
That's why I was like, okay, so I just have 29
whatever's
gold.
Yeah,
left.
that's okay.
That's why I was like,
yeah, again, I appreciate the honesty on it.
I got you.
I will say that, well, because you guys haven't... Ooh, interesting. Okay. Oh, super interesting. Very interesting.
Aiko would be talking to Journey and Arcadia like, it's okay if we like don't do it tomorrow. Obviously, we have bigger priorities, but like, you know, I could stay here and like I could consolidate notes if you guys wanted to explore, or
it's fine. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. You deserve to do this one nice thing for yourself, and I want you to get it.
Yeah, she's just thinking like after, and I can explain later, but after everything that I talked about with him, it's the little things. I'm worried. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Yeah, I understand. I think we're all a little bit scared and concerned right now.
All right, cool.
I'm craving hash browns.
Cool. Lil, you're gonna hate what I just
Why'd you
realized.
say that?
You're gonna hate what?
You're gonna hate what I just realized.
What?
The tattoo that you are looking for is an uncommon tattoo. It needs to have, in order for it to take effect, it needs to cover half a limb or the scalp.
That's fair. If Milena was like, "Oh, I've got an idea for you,"
She is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, especially after this
I know
debacle,
exactly
she's
where
got
she
a
would
real
get
big
it.
idea. Yeah.
Yeah, because she would get it on her forearm, that has the beads.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
So it is a Matarasu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I imagine that she
So
would,
excited.
if it was that, she would get it like through here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see that all of a sudden Milena starts like grabbing Aiko's arm and is like twisting it and turning it and like just checking things out and sizing things, and then she's beaming. Hey, Aiko.
Yeah. Either that or she would be getting it. Ugh, my crippled body. She would be getting it kind of like through here. And I feel like it just depends on what the design is, but I have a feeling she'd probably go with this one more because that way she can hide it from the sisters a little easier.
Melena's 100% asking Aiko, like, hey, this bullshit of not being able to reach out to Rin when we need to, you want to fix that?
I don't really have magic, but...
Oh, don't you worry about that. I got an idea. It's gonna require a little bit of a bigger tattoo than just...
Well, since it doesn't hurt, and if I can put it in a spot I can still cover up so Sister Isabel doesn't skin me alive and take off all my tails, then that sounds good.
Oh, we can arrange that. I've got you. No, she is just, like, Melena looks just alive, and she's like, alright, everybody out, I have to create. And is just like...
Aiko is, Aiko's
ready.
looking to journey in Arcadia, like... Oh.
If we find him, I'll see you tomorrow. Just, swing by, I don't know, whenever. She's, like, beyond thrilled, and is very much in that mode of, like, when you have the creative friend who's like, I just had an idea for something, and is, like, racing around trying to get, like, in that mode. She's like, I don't care if you guys stay or go, get out, bye. Okay, cool, see you later. Journey, don't kiss my brother again. And then just...
She's smoking for it! But yeah, no, Aiko would be heading out, and she's like excited, nervous, wants to vomit all at once.
Yep, nope, that's fair. That's fair. All right.
Probably how I will be as well.
Wiggling. Yep. Okay, so everyone headed over to Alaric and Oriana's?
Yep.
All right, so after the nice little, really unexpected parade into Melena's shop, I love it.
I am getting my dress back. I'm retrieving the dress.
Well, of course. You guys make your way back to, and I'll drop y'all back out, like, kind of in the main room. Back to the, Songbird and Morning Dove, shop. And as you guys, come in, you see, Alaric is pacing and looks just... Actually, you know what? Anyone who wants to roll insight can roll insight to see what mood he's in as you approach.
I put my previous dice into dice
Worst
jail.
roll of the night.
It's a 16.
Mine's a 13. Even with my plus 10.
Woof.
You said insight?
Yeah.
17. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
ow.
great. All three of you can tell. And I'm assuming Leighton can as well. What? Yeah, Leighton can tell. All of you can tell as you walk in, he's pissed. He is pissed. He is worried. He is anxious. He is pacing and, like, continuously, like, checking, like, clock, like, trying to, like, take a look, like, has been, like, looking around, like, is just very flustered. Oriana would know. Alaric has basically woke up bright and early this morning and has been waiting for you guys to come back ever since.
Yeah.
Would probably have stayed up very late last night as well, and is just irritated and did not sleep very well through the night. Yeah.
Aiko would immediately start with, I'm sorry to make you worry. We can explain. We didn't want to come back immediately in case we were being followed, and we need a little bit of time to digest some things.
You see, he looks at you guys and is just like, there is fury in his eyes. Like, wings snap out for a second when he sees you and just... It's fine. What'd you find?
Aiko's gonna point to the back room.
He just nods, and starts to head back. He looks over at Oriana as he does and just, could you get tea?
Yeah, and she's just like, and she's like, kind of like, you know, brushing her hands like along you guys, like, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's going upstairs getting some tea. But yeah.
Okay.
Going back into our usual spots.
Where's the pangolin?
Yeah, where's
Emotional
Weaver?
support pangolin.
Yeah.
Uh,
yeah, so.
Weaver's not out just yet.
Yeah.
Oriana would actually know. Weaver is upstairs. As you start getting tea together, Weaver pops out and like would roll over and nudge Oriana's leg, like, tea time, tea time, tea time.
Yeah. She's also gonna lean down and whisper, like, your friends are back.
Immediately starts rolling like down the stairs and into the room. Yeah, so Arcadia and Aiko, since you guys are closest to the door, you would see like Weaver just comes rolling in.
Yeah.
And then you see that as Weaver comes rolling in behind Oriana, Alaric's just, Weaver, shut the door, and he pops back up, goes over, shuts the door with his little string, and then like nudges Arcadia, and like keeps bumping into her.
She's gonna pick him up, holding like a little baby.
Alaric just crosses his arms. Go.
Aiko's pacing again. And she is going to let everyone else go first because she has a lot of information.
I guess Journey would speak up. She would say, well, one thing I could say is Naveen is definitely on alert with us. He did ask me if you sent us, and I was able to skirt around that. He put me under some kind of truth serum thing, but I was able to get past it. So as far as he knows, you didn't send us. So I was able to talk to Phoebe, and in her way that she could, she gave me some information. People are definitely being hurt. It's not a good situation there, and these people need help.
As Journey says that, and in particular, the thing that you notice Alaric like tenses on is the on alert. Like, he's aware that like you talk to us, like, and even though you say like, you know, we think we got past him knowing that you sent us, he immediately looks back to Oriana, and Alaric actually looks scared as he looks back to her and is just like lets out a deep breath and then just turns back to you all. What else?
Aiko would look to Arcadia and
Well, I she's like doesn't want to say it. But Leighton and I stayed in one of the guest rooms. We didn't stay with any of the performers or employees. And I was gonna try to get more information and then kind of got caught. And just stayed in the room for the rest of the night. But I did notice, I mean, I don't know if it's worth mentioning, but I tried to get into a door that was shut, and I probably should have been able to get into the door, and I couldn't. So, something was blocking me from that.
Aiko would be like, I can explain that.
Okay. Yeah, other than that, I wasn't really able to do much. I didn't want to push the limits too much after getting smacked as a mouse.
Beat down in the hallway.
Even as you say that, like, there's a locks that you should have been able to get past that you couldn't, Alaric again looks to Oriana and just, Rustin's still working for him. And is still locking the doors. And just sighs and nods. Leighton would report back that, he would report back about just in general, like, so like, and everything about the half-orc guards. So he's reporting back in particular about that. He's also talking about how wonderful the performances were, because he spent the entire evening pretty much watching the performances. And saying that, you know, Ascanio's cooking is not really that great. But he would be talking about the half-orc guards and explaining, like, who they were and what they were, and, like, Alaric even nods, and they're new from when I was there.
Yeah. Aiko, kind of piggybacking off of that, would then mention she'd start with the locks, on how Ruslin's in charge of all that jazz, as it seems like Alaric is already aware of, and then she is just diving into everything that Ascanio told her. She's going to mention on how, you know, Naveen has been using a thing, I can't remember because I didn't get to write it down.
Geas.
Yes, thank you. She's going to mention that he's using that to kind of keep everyone on, like, a strict regiment and script. If they try to break off of it, they take... She's like, I burned through all of my healing on almost 2 bouts of this damage, and Ascanio was hurting. She was like, they get headaches when they break the rules, and they take a lot of damage. It sounds like it. He made it seem like he takes a week and he has to set everything in place, and they have it resets every day. And she's like commenting, and she's like trying to rack her brain, like,
as Aiko's like panicking trying to remember that, Alaric just holds up his hand, and when I was there he could only do 1 on each of us.
I do up to 3 easily, if not more.
He just looks up to he looks up to Oriana. Maybe that's what changed recently for them.
And Aiko's nodding, and she's like, I saw it. And she's like, she mentions on how, like, who the people who are loyal, who the people that they might be able to sway, the locks, like the safe situation, how to get to it, how it's not going to be possible to get to it, how he's been trying. He's under more surveillance than the other ones, it seems like. And she's just mentioning, like, he sounds like he's giving up. We need to hurry.
Alec would sit back, and I can't actively be part of leading plans to take down a business leader in Yohaizu, but I can listen and advise. As much as I would love to lead the charge on burning that place to the ground. You understand?
From a business standpoint, what's a way that we can take it down? We had the idea maybe of buying it out earlier, but someone brought up a good point that they'd have to be willing to forfeit the club.
Naveen would have to be willing, and the only thing Naveen loves more than himself is Euphoria.
Yeah, Aiko kind of gets deflated because she was so excited about that plan in the tattoo parlor.
Above table, for anyone who is just straight up motivated by money, great plan. Doesn't work so much for Nivi.
And she's gonna mention, like, you mentioned that he values his reputation. Is there a way that we could get him outside of Euphoria to meet, to discuss, to make him vulnerable? He broke a contract while we were in there, but we resolved it. And I don't know if we can make him slip up again.
If he's aware of you all, or aware that you were not there just to enjoy the night. It's gonna be more difficult.
Aika would kind of mention to them, like, I don't know how much time we have. We could try to just keep going every night, just to watch we have to do something. I promised him we would do something. He needs us to do something.
See, these people are in a lot of danger. And they're helpless. He has them completely under his control.
Trust me, I understand. Alaric stops and he actually starts to, like, loosen his tie and, like, unbutton the couple top buttons of his shirt. And he just turns and, like, pulls down his collar enough that you can see there's actually a Euphoria logo branded in his skin.
It's the same one that we saw in Emil.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same one you saw in Emil. Emil's looked way worse.
Mm-hmm.
Alaric kind of turns back around and fixes his shirt again. And then looks straight to Journey. Again, I understand all too well what's happening. And if it was that easy to just say, people are being hurt, that would be enough to take him down, we would have. It's not that simple. Especially with, he kind of looks around the room. My role.
Aiko would just be wondering, like, is there a way that we can get people who want out? Like, how, like, is there a way that we could hire Ascanio for catering to get him out of there? Like, is there a way to, you know, have Phoebe perform at the gala, like, or like make an event that we have her come perform where we can get them out and get them away and then have them testify. Like, I know that there's Merrick in the court and he makes the people go away, but gotta be something. This can't just be an inside job anymore. This is bigger than us.
We can try. I don't know how successful it would be, and it would require tricking Naveen.
Aiko's looking at Journey. Because and she would fully admit, like,
He's already on to us to some degree. It was obvious.
Did Ascanio or Phoebe have any ideas? Or mention any?
I mean, Aiko would have relayed everything that Ascanio said.
Yeah, and same for Journey and Phoebe.
Aiko would note that when Aiko gives that information, it sounded like Phoebe said to keep coming. Like, to see multiple shows.
She did. Yeah, she wants us to come back. But how many times can we go back before he's finally like, you know... We need to be careful about what we do next. And really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're gonna have to make a move somehow. We can't keep just skirting around things, because that puts them in danger more.
I feel like if we, next time we go back, like, that's, like, we need to do something about it. Like, because I know Phoebe said to go to multiple shows, but, like, I feel like the more we go, the more Naveen will know that we know things.
Yeah.
And I don't want him to, you know, be any more suspicious of us than he already is.
Yeah. Aiko doesn't want him to reset the Gias, like, whatever it is that Ascanio was mentioning. And I don't remember when he said he was going to do it, but he said it takes a week.
He's going,
So
Ascanio's performance evaluation, probably over the course of the night or at some point, would have mentioned that his is next week.
Yeah,
like,
so Aiko is like...
He's got a couple days before he's in that.
Yeah. Aiko is pretty much... And, like, Aiko's not a rash person. Aiko is saying, like, if we do not do something within the next week, like, innocent people will die. She doesn't know exactly how many, but she knows that, like, Ascanio is not going to last much longer, and she promised. Like, if she has to go in there and, you know, drag him out herself, and it's going to look awful for the Court of Stars, she will do it. Just because, like, she made a promise to this man.
Did she say that out loud?
If it comes to that.
Yeah, she would.
Aiko, as you say that out loud about, like, I don't care if it looks bad for the core stars and everything, like, I will do it. Alaric looks to you and just kind of gives you a look that's a little tough to tell, like, what he's intending with it, but just very quietly, that's why you can't fail. Both for my family and for our courts.
And
now you
see Aiko kind of, yeah, you see Aiko kind of take that deep breath though, and she's like saying, like, fail at what? No one will tell me, like, what exactly they've done and not done.
You get one shot at taking Naveen down. One. And you can't fail at it. I can't jump in and assist unless given actual cause to do so.
I hate to say it, but the best option would be just to get rid of him entirely. It's just, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If we go in there, because if we try to do anything else and he's still there to say anything about it, it's not going to go well.
If you can manage that, I can assist after in some of the image for you all. I can try to smooth things over at the capital that, no, you didn't take down an honest pillar of the community. You found that there were horrible practices going on there. You stopped it, and Yohaizu is in your debt.
If we take him down in whatever way, I know some of the performers seemed happy there. I don't know if that's, like, they're pretty loyal. So would that, like, would they be upset at us? Like, would that cause a lot of issues there? I guess it's like for the benefit of them.
Because realistically, Aiko is trying to think of,
no, they're not.
Like, it somehow, in some way, if they threw, like, a coup to a degree. Like, if, like, the night that they went there, they had a way to speak to everyone and be like, hey, like, I really liked your performance. Like, I would love to see you perform again. It truly, like, you know, meant something to me, and, like, found a way, and then, like, Aiko would be able to sign to Ascanio, like, tomorrow night. We're doing this tomorrow night. So that way he can tell Phoebe, he can tell anyone else who he thinks that they can sway, to see if that helps. But, like, this is, I mean, Aiko would mention, like, you know, depending on what happens, and who also, we have 3 very powerful orc guards. We have Naveen, we have Ruslan, we have Gemma, and, like, those are for certain people. Maybe not Ruslan, but it's still a pretty powerful 6 people that are very powerful. They almost just put Arcadia in the ground with just one turn. You know, and then if we are able to, Phoebe is not going to fight with us, I have a feeling. So then we'd have Ascanio.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah, like, I mean,
Alaric would
trying to be as
Alaric
logical.
would correct you. Phoebe will fight. She will not harm anyone. She'll fight, she'll assist, but Phoebe's never been one for bloodshed the same way Ascanio is. Yeah, so he would correct that she can help with other things, or she can kind of help with other things or in other ways, but she just will not hurt people if she can. If she has to, she will, but...
Yeah, I mean, Aiko's gonna kind of, like, chuckle lightly and be like, pardon my manners, but I'm a monk of tranquility, and even I know when I have to do this. And she's going to go back to, like, strategizing.
Yeah,
like,
for it.
this, yeah. So she's pretty much counting bodies right now. And so she's gonna see if there's a way that we can persuade people the next time we go. Like, just kind of like somehow like hurting people, but like telling Ascanio and then really finding ways that like how can we get him to then be able to talk to the other people to help us, but at the same time like we have no idea if that'll work. Like, we're already outnumbered.
You see that, like, Alaric kind of smirks at you all as you say you're outnumbered and just see why we needed more help? Envoys, do you have a way to get a message back to them? To Alaric and Oriana?
Wait,
if
what?
you need to? If Alaric and Oriana are at the shop, right? Do you have a
Oh.
way to get a message back to them?
None of us have sending.
Alaric would mention if you can find a way to get a message back to him, or find a way that you can communicate it back to us in the center of town, because he can't really... They have their own issues of kind of getting watched on things, and he can't really act... He would explain they can't really, like, act out of turn or out of order.
Yeah.
But if they get a notice that, hey, there's a disturbance in Euphoria and we need your help, he can arrive on scene.
Yeah.
It'll just take him some time to get there.
Yeah. Oriana would kind of like put a hand on his shoulder and just kind of like nod, like, I think it's time, Songbird. Yeah, and Aiko would even like offer like, even if we had someone like, you know, send a message at a certain time if you know that we're already in there, like, we have a friend who has a tattoo parlor that maybe she could find a way to get a hold of you. And she's like trying to think of people who can obviously try to find or get a hold of someone, but she's still worried about the numbers.
Yeah. Alaric would not, because he knows Melena, just because there aren't many people who travel between all the courts doing tattoos. And also Guildmaster, he knows all the business owners. He would just kind of nod and chuckle and a little bit, and if she's willing, if she's a lookout for us, we could even make it that maybe we happen to have a business meeting with her and we're waiting at her shop for her to return, because it's not unusual for people to have to wait for Melena at her shop. But she could cut down the amount of time it's going to take us to get there, since her shop's closer. Oops, sorry.
Could she come with us, not be involved, but could she come with us so that way if something breaks out, we can send you a message, and also that's like the help, there's something going on in Euphoria.
You'd have to get her permission, but if she's willing.
So so we have Aiko, Arcadia, Journey, Layton. Okay. And then we would have Ascanio. If there was a fight to break out, Phoebe ? And then Aiko would look to them and say, if you all came in, would you be fighting?
Alaric just smirks. Oh, you mean if I were to see that the Envoys are being attacked?
Yeah. Oriana doesn't even hesitate, and she would just say yes.
As Milady says, it's time.
Okay. So with that being said, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'd have 8 people. Versus. We'd have Naveen. Orc. I have their names written down.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm worst case scenario, I'm writing down all these names. Jesus.
Yeah, do you want me to run through the names for you?
I have them written down, but yeah, sure, go ahead. I've got Rustlin, if you just want to start going down the siblings first.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go down the line. I'll just tell you the names of them. So you have Naxli, Nazli, Rustlin, Padmavati, Aura, Gemma, Raja, Zeba. I mean, if I'm going too fast.
Nope, you're good.
Alicia, Zephrinius, or just Zeph. Jules. And that's everyone.
Okay, so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so then I'm putting asterisk down next to Zeph and Jules. You said Raja was the newest recruit?
Raja is the newest recruit.
Okay. Alicia, possibly.
Alicia's the
I
one
don't
that.
know.
Yeah, Alicia's the one that Ascanio mentioned she came from the Court of Winter.
Yeah.
She came from the Court of Winter from the Academy.
Yeah,
but she doesn't seem to remember much about it.
I don't think Natsli's gonna switch. I don't think... Okay, Rustlin maybe, but I doubt it. I'm just gonna go ahead and put an X just to be pessimistic and cautious. Padmavati, I feel like we could, because her songs were sad, and that didn't really seem like the vibe of Euphoria, but Aiko really liked that music, and I feel like we could really kind of be like, we have a better place for you. Like, there can be a better place for you. So there's that. And then Aura was one of the siblings. So I'm gonna go ahead and put an X next to her. Gemma, that's a hell no. Zeba, which one was Zeba? What did she look like?
Zeba was a belly dancer. She performed with Raja.
Okay, she was the white-haired one.
Yeah, she's the white-haired sibling.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think she would. Alicia, I feel like, is too new and has no memory of things, so maybe. But I'm not gonna. Oh, I'll put an asterisk. I think Zeph and Jules we could sway.
Yeah.
I mean, they were just all over other. We could just say, if you don't want to be involved, if you want to be somewhere safe, like, go. Like just, even if they don't fight with us, just, like, don't join in. So if that's the case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's me counting Alicia. If they kept Alicia on their side. Yeah, I mean, Aiko, looking at those numbers, she's just trying to think if there's anyone else outside that would be able to help. She has an idea, but she does not want to use it.
Question. Who was Julian that Phoebe mentioned to me?
Julian is the, he's a half-elf, technically, or he's an elf? He's an elf. He's the one that went up on the stage and pretty much did, like, the Rewrite the Stars skit with Zeph, the Aasimar. He was the one that Aiko was wing fucking for.
Oh, okay.
He's part of the act.
Yeah. That was one of the revelations over the night, was that Julian, or Jules, as they're more commonly known, is actually one of them. They're typically placed in the audience as a plant to make it look like Zeph is making something magical happen for an audience member. But really.
That's what you want? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm pissed, by the way, about that.
Why?
I'm so pissed! I was like, yay!
I know, I waited for nothing.
I mean, they are legitimately together, for what it's worth.
Well, yeah,
I feel like,
but like, ugh.
I feel like Aiko could talk to them. I feel like Jules would have seen that she was genuinely trying to help him, and she cared about his happiness and well-being. Yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. I just don't know what the knocking code was. Aiko might ask, what's the knocking code? Was he familiar with anything like that? And she would replicate it.
So as she does the knocking code, Alaric doesn't know Zeph and Jules. They're newer than he was. They joined after he left. But when you repeat that knocking code, Alaric kind of like looks confused. That was the code to not go back to your room. Whether Naveen would sometimes have, especially if we had multiple people who weren't requested, at least try to make a buck off of, or at least try to make money off of renting out the room for the night for a place to stay. And if your room was getting rented out, that was the knock that you would do wherever you were to try to make it a little easier to tell you you were not going to be sleeping in your room tonight.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the only other thing Aiko would possibly be able to think of is if they felt like they needed more people, but she does not want anyone else to get involved from a safety issue or safety standpoint. Because the only other thing she could think of is if we could find a way to get a hold of Corvus and Ione. To see if they could help. Because you fucking know Ione would be on that shit like white on rice. And I feel like Corvus would too, because he's uncovering a huge thing. And she wants to try to get a hold of him anyway to see for, hey, Escandaloso, what can you find out about this guy named Naveen? Or what dirt do you already have that we can use to take him down? Because Aiko could then be like, hey, like, you know, you're right, we did meet with Alric. There is something that we wanted to discuss with you. We'd like to meet here. Mm-hmm. And then, like, present that information, and then, bam, ambush.
Bam, bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Ooh.
I'll put them as question marks.
Like that, actually.
Hey, Case. Pick a number 1 through 20.
9.
Cool. Ooh, cool.
My favorite number.
Ah,
Please
damn
betray
it.
me.
Not cool.
Oh, no. Sorry.
Case, pick another number.
1 through 20?
Yeah.
14.
Number.
Nope. As you mentioned, trying to get a hold of Corvus and Ione, Alaric kind of pauses for a second and is like thinking through, because Alaric does have sending. So he was trying to think through if he knows them. He does not. You're
Does Oriana know them?
my bud. Ooh, maybe. For Oriana, roll me a history check. 2 history checks. Gonna use Case's same numbers.
Oh, just like numbers, like flat numbers?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a 5 and a 9.
Nope. Alaric and Oriana have never met Corvus and Ione.
Okay. Honestly, Aiko would try to find, is there a place that she could get sending stones? Or find a way to contact them?
She could take a look through the markets. So she knows, and because she was so perceptive earlier, she does know, like, she knows you can find pretty much anything in Yohaizu. But she'll have an easier time trying to find sending stones, or trying to find a scroll of sending that they could use, and everything as, like, a one-time use of sending.
She would definitely be trying.
Yeah, cool. All right. As you guys are kind of strategizing and counting through the sides, kind of coming up with, you know, how are we going to get a hold of people? What is it that our game plan is? What are we going to do? Planning for, you know, next night, trying to go and see, can you persuade anyone from Euphoria to join the dark side, I guess the light side, but to join your side and everything. And then can you basically make any final preparations before taking your shot? We're gonna pick up there next time. So we'll pick up with you guys making the preparations that you want to make. So and everything. And obviously, if you guys decide you want to change the game plan, you can change the game plan. But based on what it sounds like, it's gonna kind of be a day of preparation, and then you guys are striking the next night, unless something changes.
So I'm getting a tattoo tomorrow, then going to Euphoria that night, and then going from there.
Any hits to Aiko's legs is gonna do twice as much damage because it's just pain.
Fuck! It's gonna hurt! Oh my god.
No, you're a badass. We're gonna do it.
Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. That was my pencil wave, I guess. So nice work, guys, on getting to explore Euphoria, getting a better idea of maybe what's going on, and getting ready to gear up for, which really, hey, that's going to be the first session of the new year. Is making your strike.
Can it be like the school rumble arc where it's like, oh, but then there's a flashback when you all were like awkward little high schoolers, and this is your origin stories, and like it's like, hey, happy new year, but then it's like, now fucking get into Euphoria, and it's like, no.
I mean, you are getting Aiko's getting her first tattoo in the next session.
Yay!
That's fair.
So
a lot of stuff happening.
Fantastic.
I'll be doodling on myself with a Sharpie during the session, being like, it's real.
Look at it.
Look at
Yeah.
me now.
Do I have to like do it on my like shoulder and just try to do my best fox for Rin and everything and just
You know.
Fantastic. Thank you guys for playing and hanging out and everything, and thank you to Communities for hanging out with us, enjoying our night, enjoying the chaos and the sadness and the hilarity. It really was all over the place tonight. It really was. Cool. So we'll go ahead and do sign-offs and everything, but thanks everybody for hanging out, tuning in,
Oh my god.
all that good stuff. Oh, and our next session, I realized I should say this, our next session is Saturday, not Sunday, Saturday, January 7th.
Woo! We're gonna rage. We can stay up so late.
It's gonna be so fucking great. So it's gonna be Saturday, January 7th, kicking off the new year with kicking butt in the pacifist campaign.
What we do.
This is probably the first person that Aiko would ever be like okay with.
Yeah, no, you can just go
Yeah.
right now. Yeah.
Like this is when she goes down the Batman, like, my parents got killed by like thieves decline. Like, this is the dark arc for Aiko.